Okay. We're back. So, I forget what I had or had not done since last time, but I know that one thing that I have done since last time is we finished the ninja anima relic. So this is the Sandung's Lux, which is pretty good. So I like it. I think I still prefer the Zodiac, the Sasuke blades overall, but it's not bad. One thing that I have done is PvP. I've not been very lucky at all, which is really annoying me because I'm trying to get the at least one of the Garo mounts from winning frontlines 10 times whilst wearing a specific series of titles. But I just can't fucking win. And it's annoying the shit out of me. So I'm pretty close to getting the first one, which only needs 10 wins. But I need a lot more wins. But from doing this, I'm already at 13. Next time I do any PvP, I'll be on series level 14. But one of the things that you get from that is the Framer's Kit for Volcanic Hearts or some shit. And it gives you this awesome flame effect. So if I show what the Volcanic Heart, the entirety of it looks like. But like that flame effect, I actually really, really like. Because of course I would. My name's Afterburn. And so I've used it a lot. My Gunbreaker, I am particularly proud of this portrait. It's a good portrait. Clearly tells you everything you need to know about me when I'm playing Gunbreaker. I've messed about. I don't think I've shown off these, to be fair. I need to work on some more. My Reaper one, I think, looks quite good. I need a better weapon for my Reaper, though. I do like my Astro one. I think with the Anima Relic, that just looks so good. And my Sage. I have been playing Sage. Because basically where we're at with leveling is we got Dark Knight up to 80. I have the Dark Knight Anima Relic. I don't remember if I had that last time. I think I may have still been finishing it up. We've been going at about one Anima Relic a week, which is partly because I rely on the Singing Cluster's weekly quest, and partly because it takes that amount of daily roulettes and Wondrous Tales to get enough tombstones to complete a relic, which honestly isn't bad. We've done 7 relics at this point. There's 6 left. But I need to level classes in order to make the the dungeon section at the beginning easier, and 2, to make the last 2 stages of the relic quicker. Because whilst farming A9S for light in that stage is really, really quick, sometimes it's difficult to get people together to do the trials and the dungeons before the light grind. So having the class up to as close as 80 as possible does make that easier. Machinist is just built different, so I was able to do it without. I am currently working on Bard. And then after Bard, it's likely going to be Black Mage, because I think Black Mage is going to take a while. Black Mage has changed since Dawn Trail came out, though, and I don't think I have yet fully appreciated how it's changed. So far, the main change I've noticed is in how they handle the damage over times with Thunder. But yeah, so I'm leveling Bard through PvP, trying to get that up to 80. I'm leveling Sage because it's the lowest level healer that I have, and because Dawn Trail came out, everyone is playing as DPS, so there's a lot of tank and healer in need, and I can't play as Paladin or Warrior in case I get a end of Heavensward dungeon, because I will not have any of the Heavensward kit. So what I'm going to do today is we are going to do the Paladin and Warrior job quests for Heavensward. Get those out of the way so I have the kit. If we have time after that, we might then do some Stormblood MSQ, or depending on how much time we have, I might do Black Mage or Bard job quests, because then basically I'll have finished off those sections. It's like we'll have all of the tank job quests done, and we'll have all of the physical ranged or magical ranged done, because I've already done Machinist and Summoner. And then it just leaves Monk, Dragoon, and Ninja after all of that. Ah. But yeah, I've been using Sage, so I've gave it a little bit of a techie glam, which I kind of like. Those are not the gloves that I think I wanted for it, though. But that is absolutely fine. Fuck it, we will do it live. Sage is a class that I had never played before, really. I had played some Reaper up to level 80, but I'd never really played Sage, and it took me a while to realize that you had to use Eorzean to then get access to the damage over time. For a while, I just thought that Sage didn't have a damage over time. I am not a good Sage. I got done Scathe on Alliance Roulette earlier, and I did not do a good job, my guy. Did not do a good job. I also missed out on the shield. I mean, you don't get a shield from Dosis, but you do get, yeah, from Prognosis and Diagnosis, you get the added shield effect from Eorzean. I did notice those, but I didn't know. I thought that this was just a more powerful attack. I didn't realize that it was the damage over time. I am very much so still learning Sage. I did a little bit of it in Palace of the Dead to try and work out how I wanted my hotbar. I still haven't played Viper at all, and I haven't played Pictomancer at all. I think I did a unsynced dungeon for Wondrous Tales as Viper, and I've not... It's... The way that I think of it, at least at the moment from what I've played, is it's a melee dancer. That's kind of how it feels, but I've not really played much dancer either. But at the moment, that's how it's fitting in my head, and I've not done any Pictomancer. I need to take them into Palace of the Dead to try and learn them a bit more. Anyway, shall we start as Paladin or Warrior? What's the one I'm actually going to use? Warrior. Where am I going? I probably need to speak to the... Yeah. I have also noticed, because there have been less S ranks, so I've not just had a constant influx of allied seals to just throw at shit, or Centurio seals to throw at shit. I am starting to run not low, but the lowest I have in a while on Aetheryte tickets and ventures. I don't know if I don't think I had this last time that we played. This is the collector's edition mount for Dawn Trail, which is based on is it the Arc from Final Fantasy IX? Times are tough, can't imagine having to use Guild to teleport around. Dude, I am poor since buying a house. Like, I've been making the most out of Adventure in Need to, like, slowly get a bit of Gil back that way. But then I spend it. So I've been managing to hold out at around a mil, but I am poor. Anyway, Curious Gorge. After, I scarce recognize you. The flames of battle have tempered you like fine steel. Since last we spoke, I've resolved to start upon the path of the warrior anew. I swore I would not succumb to the beast within again, as I did when I faced my brother in Wineport. Speaking of which, Broken Mountain has regained much of his strength, though when I speak to him of taking up the axe once more, he changes the subject and returns to his studies of Arcanima and other scholarly pursuits. Nevertheless, his desire to spread the teachings of our ancestors to every corner of Eorzea remains unchanged. You couldn't have come at a better time. I've just received a letter from Broken Mountain stating that he's uncovered information regarding ancient martial techniques. If you're interested, and I'm sure you are, why not accompany me to Camp Bronze Lake so that we might hear what he has to say together? You'll donate some money to the cause. Is that streamer privilege? As much as I would like more money, I'm not sure. I'm not sure times are quite tough enough that after Bun has to go and sell herself at Limsa. Yeah, I'm not going to take you back to the house and give you a private dance. Although times could get that hard. Yeah, we do have some sexy dances now. Like, for Sundrop dance. Yeah, this in a swimsuit. Oh. Bring all the Throthgar to the yard. Well, do I remember you after? The sole warrior to tame her inner beast. Shudder to think what would have happened had you not been there to save us from ourselves. You know the precipitous nature of the forces we wield, as well as the consequences of losing control for even a moment. Beast does not scruple to discriminate between friend or foe, and if given free rein, will lash out at both. I've pored over countless tomes in search of knowledge of how to tame the beast within, as you did. My efforts have thus far proven fruitless. All I've found are ridiculous tales of techniques that, if the author could be believed, would make Ralga himself cower in fear. The elders often told tales of legendary warriors to inspire the youths. Are you sure there's no truth in yours? Quite. There are descriptions of the techniques used by the hero Mithril Heart. The details are difficult to swallow. No warrior, alive or dead, can rip off a behemoth's arm with his bare hands. The tales are filled with similar outrageous accounts, brother. It would be a waste of time to investigate their veracity when we know so little of how to tame the inner beast. Besides, you know as well as I that Mithril Heart is naught more than a fairy tale hero. What if I could prove Mithril Heart was flesh and blood? Would you be willing to continue your studies then? Never did he stray from the path of the warrior, even as the years took their toll. Axe in hand, to Silvertear Falls he would go, never to return. Which means, if he truly lived, then there may be something there which proves it. Keep your axe sheathed, Gorge. You'd be better served by time spent swinging your axe at a practice dummy than searching for ghosts. Well met after. My thanks for ensuring my old friend here lived to learn from his mistakes, though it seems the lesson didn't stick for long. Wastecat here has been kind enough to keep my brother busy with work and assist me during my recovery. Anything to keep a former comrade out of trouble. As for these stories, far-fetched as they may seem, I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them, lest we forget, After has more than a few legendary accomplishments to her name. Well, if by chance she found proof of Mithril Heart's existence, I would reconsider. But leave my brother out of it. I may not be ready to accompany you, but I can give you advice on where to start. Seek out the Sons of Saint Koinuk. I'm certain they know something of Mithril Heart's final journey. Thinking about Gil, I do wish that when, literally the first couple of days when Dawn Trail came out, because everyone was leveling Viper and Pictomancer, no one was queuing up as tank or healer, and the queues were ridiculous. So people were buying and selling roulette runs in Party Finder, and I do wish that I had capitalized on that, because I could have probably gotten at least a couple of mil out of it. In fact, I did see one Party Finder where it was a mil per roulette. Huh? Well, when the waters of Silvertear Falls receded 15 years ago, they revealed a treasure trove of artifacts spanning eras, many of which have yet to be recovered. I don't know if any of these artifacts have any relation to this Mithril Heart, but it might serve you well to begin your search in these previously submerged areas. 1 million per dungeon run. 1 million per roulette, yeah. That was one Party Finder that I saw, and I think I was working, or I was just about to do something, so I couldn't cash in on it. Otherwise I would have done, because I could have gotten, what, how many roulettes are there? At least for me at the moment I've got 6, not including front lines, so I could have gotten 6 mil. There are definitely other easy ways to make money at the beginning, even using the old Endwalker mats. The market of the game has been very lucrative. Yeah. Relics belonging to an ancient Hellsguard warrior. While we're up to next in elegant artifacts, can't say I've come across any that could be what you seek. But as someone that doesn't have access to most of the game yet, I could have used that 6 million. Although the thing is, I would have just ended up spending it on glam or like stuff for the chocobo, or now furnishings for the house and shit like that. We focus our research on artifacts from the Garlean Empire. As such, there may be more recent discoveries which were ignored by a single-minded researcher. Oh yeah, there is currently an event going on where you can earn drops on Twitch from watching streams such as this of Final Fantasy XIV, so that you have a chance of getting, well, no, not even a chance, so that you can unlock this Choco Poroko, or Choco Puka mount, which was originally North America specific, tied to a Butterfingers candy promotion. So, yeah. I got that. It only takes 6 hours of watching a stream on Twitch, and it doesn't even matter. You can mute it and just have it playing in another tab. Like, it doesn't. Thank goodness you didn't have to get diabetes doing it this time. I don't even know what Butterfingers are. I think they're... Ooh. I think they're similar to a Twix, right? Where it's like biscuit, caramel, and chocolate. Is that a Butterfinger? Or is it just all nougat? Okay. So it's like peanut butter. It's like a Reese's slab. I'm not sure I've ever had a Butterfinger. I've been to America multiple times. I mean, I worked out there for 5 months in Connecticut, but I think I mostly subsided on... Oh wait, yeah, he's in Camp Bronze Lake. On M&M's, because it was the only chocolate that actually tasted like chocolate and not wax. I think I did have Reese's Cups, because Reese's Cups are good. Twizzlers. And Sour Patch Kids. I think that was the main thing, is that I always had Twizzlers or Red Vines. I always had Sour Patch Kids, and I always had a big bag of M&M's. Well, have you uncovered any proof of Mithril Heart's existence? I got his fucking weapon, bitch! This axe. The engraving and the curvature of the blade are exactly as described. To think of the beasts who tasted this steel. Surely this proves that Mithril Heart's more than a mere campfire story. With a steel heart and his legendary techniques, we'll have the strength to slay even the strongest of beasts by the dozen. Mithril Heart's feats are indeed possible, then the knowledge of how he performed them would prove invaluable in restoring the warrior's reputation. Could show the people of Eorzean the true potential of the warrior. Surely no small number of them would feel compelled to take up the axe. Indeed, it could prove a great boon for our cause. Very well, I'll return to my tomes and scour them for any passages relating to Mithril Heart. Mind you, ancient techniques may rouse the inner beast like none before. Of that I have no doubt, which is why you must not take your training lightly. When I uncover more information, you must needs be ready. You're not a huge candy person anymore. I still have a sweet tooth. But yeah, for me it's definitely... I think the fact that I've had to have multiple fillings and shit since COVID definitely hasn't helped. And like, I can't eat on this side of my face at the moment because of an issue with one of my teeth that I think is due to a crap filling. So I don't have that much candy anymore. What I do have, though, is quite a lot of dried fruit, especially dried mango, and that's been my main recurring snack. If it's not that, it tends to be something savory. But when I was in America, I was doing Camp America, working at a summer camp, and it was like a 20-minute walk to get to the nearest town with a store. Or once a week, there'd be a run to Walmart in like a minibus. And so I used to trek to the local store with like a big hiking backpack. Or there was also a laundry run that used to go. And so sometimes I'd get the laundry run, do my laundry at the laundromat, and then go to the store, pick everything up, take my laundry and my haul back with me. But quite often, I would instead go to the local pizza bar and get drunk. And put it this way, at the end of 5 months, I knew all of the bartenders very, very well. And even on my last night, got a lift back to the camp from one and made out with them in their car. At the time, wish I'd capitalized on that earlier. This was all before I'd met Neff. She hadn't even moved to where we ended up meeting yet. Sadly, a majority of cities are set up in such a way that it requires a car in the US. Yeah. It's why it's so much more vital to have a car and know how to drive. Like, I know how to drive, but I can't legally drive because I've failed my driving test 5 times. But you also don't need to drive in the UK because we've got a very good, well, for the most part, we've got a very good public transport system. Most of the time, anyway. I can tell you've not neglected your training, which is good. I've continued my research into the tales of Mithril Heart and his legendary feats, and I believe I've come across a passage which may guide your next step. Before I share my findings with you, however, there is another matter of pressing importance. It must be resolved before we continue. A ferocious beast has been sighted near the Weeping Saint in the Kurthus Central Highlands, and would have you, me, and my brother go and slay it, as it poses a threat to any who venture nearby. I realize this may seem like a trivial matter, but I assure you, it's of the utmost importance. Yeah, I was not in a good way when I was in America. Like, I was not a happy guy. I've always been weird, but I was really weird, and I didn't really know why. Oh yeah, I was going to the bar partly because I was a depressed and both over and understimulated neurodivergent. But also literally, like, we were living and working on a resort, and we got 1 day off a week. And so basically the only thing to do was to go into town and get drunk. That was basically the only thing there was to do. It was either that or fuck each other. And I tried that at the time, and that did not go well because I was under an overstimulated neurodivergent that is validated by positive female attention and has major rejection issues. And that's probably why I was so flirty on my streams. So yeah, I drank a lot. I drank a lot. But I now, like, this is testament to how much happier and more stable I am with Neff, is that pretty much the entire time that Neff and I have been together, at the very least since we moved out of working in pubs and living above the pub that we worked in, I don't really drink anymore. Like, I will have a drink every now and again, but it is usually 1, maybe 2 drinks. Because I don't like getting drunk unless I'm in very specific circumstances. Whereas before, I still wouldn't like getting drunk, but I would be drinking like pints of gin and tonic, and like Jack Daniels and Coke, and like I wouldn't be making them weak. But I'd be having pints of them, and that'd be what I do. It was bad when I was at the resort that I was at. I was a ropes instructor during the day, and then in the evenings, because it was a resort that during the day, midweek it would host kids from like out of New York or the surrounding area in Connecticut, that were going to summer camp, but we would only have to deal with them Monday through Friday. And then on the weekend, it would be adults that would come, and it'd be like a party weekend, and so there'd be lots of drinking and everything else. So midweek I would be a ropes instructor, and then during the day I was a ropes instructor on the weekends, and then by the evening I was a bartender making cocktails. And I've got to say, bartending there was the funnest experience bartending that I've ever had, because it was make a drink for the customer, make a drink for me, make a drink for the customer, make a drink for me. It got so bad that the Polish bar manager that would drink straight vodka would just hand me drinks whenever there was like we were tasting a new product. He would just hand it to me when we were done tasting it from a straw, and I'd finish it. It was, yeah. But basically, bartending in America, especially in not formal situations, like not actually at a managed bar, but at like a resort, was great, because I could just, if it was quiet, I could make myself a drink. If it was busy, but I was making a drink for someone else that I also wanted, I could just double the measures and pour myself one. So I drank a lot without having to pay for it when I was in America as well. Yeah, I was an alcoholic, but not in a harmful way. Like, looking back at it, I was definitely showing alcoholic tendencies, but it never reached a point that I was endangering my health, blacking out, because I hate losing control of myself like that, or anything like that. So I never endangered myself or anyone else. I must have gotten a lot of attention simply for having a British accent too. Yes. Yes, I did. So the resort was like people out of New York coming to party and get drunk and shit. And there was multiple times that, because it would get so hot bartending, because we'd be bartending basically in a massive gym or like barn, which would be where there'd be a disco or some shit. It was basically like a club. I would wear a button-down shirt. And there were multiple times that by the end of the night, when we were kicking everyone out for them to go back to their cabins, that an older woman would just come up and they'd unbutton all of my buttons. Like, nothing would happen. Nothing would happen with them. Like, it was very much a situation of, if we were going to sleep with anyone, we would sleep with other staff members, not with guests. There was a lot of like high school style things going on. But yeah, so nothing would ever happen for it. But at the time I was also very, very flirty, which can be seen if you go back to like older videos from before I went to America, or basically before I met Neff. And yeah, it was a fun time when I wasn't an emotionally unregulated fucking weirdo. Anyway, back to what the fuck we were doing. What is this stream? Getting all of the lore. None of the gameplay. Thank the 12 you made it. The beast caught us unawares. My brother leapt to my defense and slew it. In that moment, he was overcome by his inner beast, as before in Wineport. I knew it was folly to bring him here. I beg of you, stop him before he hurts himself. Getting my backstory, yeah. It's not necessarily a good story. Like, not necessarily that entertaining. I'm a very boring fucker. By and large. Oh, is this just healing me? Is that all it... Oh. That's not really anything special then. That one damages me, though. Can you just die, Curious Gorge? Thank you. After, speak to me. Thank the gods you're awake. When your final blow landed, you and my brother both collapsed. What happened? Do you remember anything? Your inner beast lashed out as if trying to escape. I see. The lingering numbness is likely your body recovering from the shock. Otherwise, you appear to be unharmed and in full control of your faculties. I owe you an apology after. Once again, I lost control. I've already tended to my brother's wounds, so you needn't worry. Alas, as I suspected, my brother yet lacks the strength to control his inner beast. As you may have guessed, I called you both here to see if my fears were founded. I did not wish to give you cause to worry, brother, but when the beast stirs, my mind grows clouded and my will falters. Or perhaps I remain silent to avoid facing the bitter truth. Who would trust a protector that could turn on them at any moment? It pains me to do this, but I cannot allow you to accompany after any longer. The risk is far too great to you both. Mayhap it's best we continue this conversation in the safety of Camp Bronze Lake. God damn it! You've grown so much stronger while I've hardly grown at all. Show Eorzean what it means to be a true warrior. I know that you can. And back we go. I suppose this is one of the sweet treats that I still indulge in. We also have a bunch of magnums in the freezer at the moment, but that tends to just be a summary thing. But chocolate wafers. Which is basically just a way to deliver Nutella in small doses. So, my brother's been in a dour mood ever since we returned from the Weeping Saint. Well, it's only natural given his lack of progress. It may be for the best. The teachings of our people are too dangerous for those who lack control. That's why I chose to focus my studies on how to tame the inner beast. For the sake of my brother, I wanted naught more than to solve this dilemma. But then fate intervened, and I stumbled upon the tales of Mithril Heart. But mayhap we need not forsake one pursuit for the other, though. In seeking the techniques of Eld, we may discover the reason why you can hold the beast in check so easily, while my brother and I fumble about like children. However, I'm still concerned about what you told me before, about your inner beast lashing out during your duel with my brother. Can you tell me of that once more? Simply recalling the duel rouses your inner beast from its slumber? Wait, it all makes sense. Only the flames of animosity may temper a warrior's soul. I came across these words in a passage, and I did not understand their meaning until now. The inner beast stirs when we face an opponent who pushes us to surpass our physical and mental limits. Only in that moment can we attain mastery of new techniques. This must be how the heroes of Eld like Mithril Heart became such legends. They travelled the realm, testing their mettle against the fiercest foes they could find. Your path is clear then. You must challenge yourself as they did. You must grow stronger and hone your skills to new heights. Ah yes, give me the fell cleave. Well met, Arthur. It seems your trials have prepared you for the next step down your long path. However, while your progress is truly remarkable, I'm afraid my brother still fears the fury of his inner beast. Even in the training yard, he swings his axe with hesitation. Seeking to test himself against live foes, he's joined the Maelstrom's efforts to repel a recent spate of kobold attacks. However, Wastecat has sent word that his ferocity on the field of battle is not what it once was. My brother has long admired your will. Test your axe against ever stronger adversaries and master the techniques of Eld. By doing so, serve to inspire him and all who aspire to walk the path of the warrior. Remember the words set forth in the ancient tomes and seek foes that test the very limits of your mind and body. The heat of battle will awaken the beast within, bestowing upon you the knowledge of our ancestors. Luckily, the path you walk has been tread on before, and you need not wander their land aimlessly. According to the tomes, Mithril Heart once spent a season hunting the hulking grizzly bears that stalk Abalathia's spine, the largest of which are said to rival even a behemoth in size. Make your way to Tailfeather, home to many seasoned hunters that know the lay of the land and the creatures inhabiting it. Find the beasts of Mithril Heart's hunt, and test yourself against their razor claws as he did. Wrong. Correct. Okay, we need to talk to some people. You are a people. Aye, I can hardly forget the size of the beast I saw that day. I was tracking a chocobo around the 100 throws when I spotted a bear near big as a house, drinking its fill from the waters. Didn't dare get any closer, and went home from that day's hunt empty-handed. I can't wait until we unlock the areas so that I can get the Eorzean mount. You're a right fool if you think of going after one of those massive beasts alone. Best bring about a dozen friends along if you want to come back in one piece. If you got the men, then I've heard of hunting parties using Willem's salmon to draw them out. If you head up the Willem River, you'll like to find a few what died during the salmon run. Ask any ant around here about the grizzlies of Abalathia's spine, and they'll like to tell you the same thing. If you see one, fucking run. I do wish that for quests like that, if you spoke to the ones that actually give you the useful information you need first, that then it like counted as the information that you needed and let you skip the one that is basically useless. Because in those talk to 3 people, there is always one that is useless, one that tells you a little bit, and one that tells you everything that you need to know. And it always feels stupid after speaking to the one that tells you everything to then go, yeah, if you see one, fucking run, you shithead! Hiya, big boy. Oh, you're a big boy, aren't you? And you're dead. Big boy don't give a shit. I think that once we're done with Elden Ring's DLC, I might focus on Final Fantasy XIV again in order to get through Stormblood. Maybe. Because I don't think it would take long if we focused on it. After. Welcome back. My brother and Wayscout are just telling me of the Maelstrom's successes in Lenosha. Aye, kobolds scattered as frightened mice before our wrath. Dare say they'll think twice before setting foot on Leminson soil again. After, as eager as I am to hear of your journey to Abalathia's spine, can't afford to waste any more time away from a training. Kobolds may be licking their wounds for now. They'll be back, and in greater numbers. Till next we meet. Curious Gorge has acted in high spirits since our return from Lim's Laminta. His bravado scarcely hides the truth. What he said was true. Our operation against the kobolds were a resounding success. However, troops that fought alongside him say that Curious Gorge was noticeably shaken during the battle, as if afraid the tide had turned at a moment's notice. It was not fear of the kobolds that caused his axe to waver. He still fears his own inner beast. As long as this fear has hold of him in battle, then there is little hope that he will grow as a warrior. Kobolds become bolder with each passing day, and the Maelstrom's forces are spread too thin. Maelstrom Command is desperately seeking ways to supplement its flagging troops. They're considering bolstering fighting strength by training troops in warrior techniques, so Curious Gorge's capabilities have come under special scrutiny. However, if fear continues to hold him back, I doubt he'll manage to impress anyone. Once again, we are left wanting for a means to tame the inner beast. After, was there naught learned from your journey to the Dravanian Fallens that could be of aid?
I thought a big teddy bear.
Ah, and in the same manner as before, the memories of battle have roused the inner beast. So my theory was correct. The key to mastery lies in the heat of conflict. Just as the ancient tomes say, only victory against a worthy opponent can temper the inner beast. Your growth as a warrior has given us valuable insight into the true nature of the beast. However, there's still much that remains shrouded in mystery. And there's still the question of what exactly sets After apart from your brother. Indeed, the tools to tame the beast within are hidden somewhere. Just have yet to find them. After, continue with your training while I return to the tomes. The solution will present itself soon enough. Okay. So Fell Cleave just replaces our single beast gauge attack. This gives us raw intuition though. And raw intuition is a ridiculous mitigation. Because not only does it reduce the amount of damage that you take by 10%, but you get healed for every ability that hits. So it's basically, if you're if you've done a big pull in a dungeon, if you've got loads of enemies and they're fucking wailing on you and bringing your health down, you pop this, do a couple of AoEs, and you're back up to full health. After, couldn't have come at a better time. Wastecat was just arrived and looks eager to speak with you. You love that ability so much. This is the ability that has prevented me from running Warrior on anything other than, like, MSQ roulette. After, just the Warrior I wanted to see. Nation of Lim's Laminta's in dire need of your aid. Maelstrom's short-handed and the Beast Tribe's attacks only grow more ferocious. I'm here searching for skilled fighters. There ain't many more skilled than you. As you know, my brother has already answered the call, helping the Maelstrom defend it from the relentless kobold assaults. Kobolds aren't the only thorns in our side, though. Pirates serving the Sahagin have been pillaging along the coast of Lenosha. That's why we need your axe. They may be mere pirates, but their blades cut as deep as any I've seen. Lim's Laminta would be grateful to have your prowess on their side. Once you made your preparations, hurry to Aleport and speak with the Storm Captain on duty for the details of the mission. It makes Warrior feel like a true god, yeah. I've literally seen Warriors go from basically having, like, not even home ganging, but going from basically no health all the way up to full in, I think, 2 GCDs. obviously it would also synergize with home gang, because you can home gang to make sure that you don't die, and then you can raw intuition to get all of your health back. Adventurer, the Maelstrom thanks you for your aid. A band of pirates flying the flag of the Serpent Reavers has landed ashore the Isles of Umbra, and all reports indicate they plan to use that as a foothold to attack Aelport. Our walls only defend from inland assaults. I shudder to think of what might happen were the pirates to bombard us with cannons from the sea. Course of action has been decided. We'll take the fight to them, before they have a chance to mount an offensive. Our rendezvous point is at the Isle of Umbra. Pirates shall not weather the wrath of the Maelstrom. So you're the one Wayscat sent. He said much of your prowess. Look forward to seeing you in the fray. You look like a cunt, sir. Do I get to murder you? I like murder. There's also equilibrium if raw intuition wasn't enough. Equilibrium. Oh, which is just a heal, yeah. Isn't that basically just a powered up version of Second Chance? Or second, is it Second Chance or is it Second Wind? Second Wind, yeah. Good. Now our troops are gathered. We'll move out at once. Objectives to slay the pirate captain. Without a head to lead them, the Serpent Reavers will scutter back to their mouldy ships. However, the task ahead of us should not be taken lightly. Reports tell of a fearsome beast under the captain's thrall. Take care not to let your guard down, lest you become the beast's next meal. You guys fighting a plasmoid? What's going on? Fight back before we're overwhelmed! At 93, it currently has a 1200 cure potency. Yes, same. I think that's just the standard cure potency. Pirates attacked as if possessed. I think the 12 your axe cut them down. We shall press forward for Aelport. I think that's twice what Second Wind is, though. I think that's only a 600 potency. The main camp will soon be within our sights. I'll protect the wounded. Give the pirates a taste of your steel. But I'm missing the additional effect of gradually restores HP. I was about to say FP because I've been playing so much Elden Ring. But yeah, so Equilibrium probably has, yeah, at 84, it gets a heal over time as well. Pirates think they have strength in numbers, but a storm captain is more than a dozen of them. We shall leave the wounded to recover here. After, to me! I'm so glad that I'm done with a Realm Reborn relics. Because I'd never have to do King's Justice again. Whoop whoop! Stop the Serpent Reavers! Well, if Yale's bent on trying, it's been a long time since my pup had fresh corpses to feed on. I said feet on instead of feast. I promise that's not a Freudian slip. Out of all of the things that I can say about myself, I can definitely say that I'm not a feet person. I don't mind them, but like I'm not freaked out by them. Some people are freaked out by feet, but I'm not. I'm not one of the people that like Miyazaki that looks at a set of feet and goes, "Whoa." Such fine axemanship I've never seen. However, now's not the time to dally about in awe. This place fills me with foreboding. Let us meet again at Aleport. Oh, sweet, you just teleported me. After, now that we're safely out of those cursed R's, I'd like to thank you for your aid once again. Without the courage your fighting spirit bestowed upon us, we would have been overwhelmed. The Maelstrom's honoured to count you amongst our allies. Captain speaks for us all. Your ferocity inspired us to carry on in the face of the pirate onslaught. What drove you to fight with such ferocity? It's okay if you did, this is a safe place. And here I thought that axe was just for killing, but instead you wielded it in our defense, and your will to protect us gave you the strength to surpass the limits of your mind and body? Seven else, I've been fighting all wrong. I've seen nary a battle so fierce or a protector more stalwart. After, I'd like to hear more of our skirmish from your eyes. After you've recovered from the fight, pray, speak to me again. Okay, is this a two-parter? Now that I have raw intuition? I need to work out where to put that. There we go. Yeah, okay, it is a two-parter. It would seem our battle with the Serpent Reavers bestowed upon you yet another technique of Eld. My comrades and I, as well, will not soon forget the ferocity with which you protected our lives this day. I'll return to Maelstrom Command and inform them of our success. Look forward to the day we fight side by side once more. Lessons learned from your example will serve to aid me in countless battles to come. No doubt Wayscat and the others are eager to hear back from you. Give that old marauder my regards. And is that back at Bronze Lake? Must be. After, I knew the Serpent Reavers would fall swiftly before your axe. Did you learn aught from the skirmish that might be of aid? Huh. Did not expect such feeble opponents to wake the beast from its slumber, but it seems your conviction to safeguard your comrades had much the same effect as pitting yourself against the bears of Abalathia's spine. This information may prove to be invaluable. Within your story likely lies the key to overcoming my brother's struggle. Speaking of which, my brother suffered injuries in a clash with the kobolds and has come here to nurse his wounds as I did. It would please him to see an old friend such as you. Pray, speak with him, for an exchange of battle stories may serve to lift his spirits. After. Joy to see you came through your battle with the pirates unscathed. Only I could say the same. I've been ordered to rest here until the wounds I suffered in our fight against the kobolds heal. According to the unit's report, the kobolds unleashed a new type of explosive on the Maelstrom troops. Gorge valiantly threw himself upon it before detonation, shielding his allies from the worst of the blast. The new bomb had a destructive force unseen in kobolds' primitive explosions. The my brother is still standing before us is no small miracle. Truth be told, my wounds are barely severe enough to warrant sending me here. The moment I saw the bomb, I knew I wouldn't let my comrades come to harm, and leapt upon it as if by instinct. I remember nothing more after that. After has a similar story to tell. The Serpent Reavers almost overwhelmed the Maelstrom troops. She remained undaunted in their defense, awakening the inner beast with a ferocity unseen before. You both poured your energy not into defeating your foes, but protecting your allies. Could this be the secret to taming the throes of the beast within? If so, that means... Brother, you finally brought your inner beast to heal. What? But I didn't feel like the beast taking hold. This theory must needs be tested. Brother, once your wounds have healed, it would serve you best to let go of the worry keeping you from unleashing your full strength. Swing your axe, unbridled by fear. But what if I succumb to the beast's call again? My training has only made me stronger. If I lose control, it could be worse than Winepool. Now's not the time for doubt. Your allies, nay, your friends, will be by your side. They will ensure none are harmed should the worst come to pass. I know your theory demands that I fight without hesitation, but please, I must think on this. Aye, we should let Curious Gorge's wounds heal before we demand anything more from him. Rest well, my friend. We'll return before long. After, there's more I would speak with you about. Pray, visit me when you are ready. To rouse the inner beast with fierce battle, and tame it by resolving to fiercely defend your allies. This theory could serve us better than aimlessly scouring the ancient tomes. My brother still fears the consequences should he lose control. If indeed his fears should come to pass, you must needs be ready to stop him, as you have before. Prepare your axe for our next battle. I can see the power in your stride and feel the inner beast raging within you. You will need such strength, for your next trial is at hand. Wastecat and my brother are here looking for more fighters to supplement the undermanned Maelstrom troops in a new operation, and they've asked for you by name. Seek them out if you wish to raise your axe once more against the beast tribes.
Actually, they're now called beast societies.
After. Brother! Maelstrom is once again in need of support. Is it not? Pray, tell us of what it is they require. Very well. Now that everyone's here, scouts have reported increased activity among the kobolds. The 179th Order seems to be producing explosives day and night in preparation for an all-out assault. From all indications, they aim to attack this very camp. The Maelstrom's strategy is to intercept and bomb near Zelma's Run. Camp Bronze Lake is a haven for wounded soldiers, and its defense is one of our top priorities. If we had 2 legendary warriors by our side, our success would be all but assured. Zelma's Run is barely wide enough for one cart to ride abreast. If I were to lose control, none would be able to escape the beast's wrath. On the contrary, brother, this battle will give you the chance to once again assert your dominance over the beast within. This is what you spoke of earlier, is it not? To tame the inner beast by devoting yourself to the defense of your allies. Brother, if my theory turns out to be true, then control is within your grasp. As long as After is at your back, there's naught to fear. Will you run away again? You know that the path you wish to walk, the path of the warrior, does not lie down that road. Say no more. Please, leave me to my thoughts. actually its allied society. Calling them anything else is simply offensive. I'm so sorry. Well, not much time for hesitation. Storm Captain awaits near Zelma's Run and will be departing shortly. If you decide to join the fight, pray, tell Curious Gorge. If anyone can rouse him from his slump, it's you. My apologies for causing worry after. Brother's right. It's up to me to walk the path of might. I know that. Still, I cower before the beast within. But a true warrior faces his fears axe in hand, right? Come on, remind me what it's like to scoff at my enemy's feeble blows. Awaken your inner beast and slap the fear right out of me. Bitch slap! God damn, what a blow. That's the stuff warriors are made of. Thank you. I'll dominate the beast within, and our axes will stand indomitable against those bloody kobolds. Our enemies will feel the full force of my fury. Will not step one ilm into this camp. Come after. We mustn't keep the Storm Captain waiting. I do a great Karen impression. It's almost like I met one or two in my time in America. Oh no, I was a bartender for years. Years. Not just in America, but in the UK as well. So I have had my fair share of experiences. After, both you and Curious Gorge will be aiding us brings me comfort. Camp Bronze Lake could not ask for a more stalwart defense. Our strategy is to intercept the kobolds at two separate locations in Zelma's Run. We'll split into two groups, with one warrior protecting each one. We'll be dispatched on the eastern side. Nary a single kobold will make it through with your fury alongside us. Curious Gorge, we'll be in charge of the western side's defense. I've seen you crush kobolds under your axe before. Today shall be no different. Once the 179th Order have run home with their tails between their legs, we'll rendezvous to the north. May your axes strike true. Dismissed! So I've met both the British Karen and the American Karen. Less so the American. But I've had a lot of experience with the British kind. God damn it. Walked right into their ambush. I'm a bit surprised this hasn't level synced me. It feels like that would have been the time to have an instance. I was too bloody close. Good thing the kobolds didn't count on you showing up. Looks like the eastern side's clear. Curious Gorge and the others may need our help. Hurry! My apologies, but it seems the kobolds couldn't wait for you. Camp Bronze Lake has naught to fear from the 179th Order anymore. Curious Gorge's axe was like a whirlwind, strewing the kobolds in every which direction. His courage carried us all through the battle unharmed. Without these two warriors on our side, I have no doubt the kobolds would have overwhelmed us. We'll be submitting a detailed report of your heroicism to Wayscat and Maelstrom Command. You've all fought bravely today. Let's return home for a well-deserved rest. After. I'm a sleepy bitch. I can scarce remember the last time I fought as I did today. I swung my axe with abandon. I was free from the inner beast's grasp. It was just as my brother said. By pouring my strength into the defense of my allies, the beast within was tamed. However, kobolds are hardly a true test of one's prowess. If the fight had been against a more worthy foe, or if the circumstances had been more dire. Although today's battle was heartening, it's too early to say I've subdued the beast. I'll return to Camp's Bronze Lake to rest. Let my brother know of our victory here. Sure thing, fucker! Oh, hey. It's the surprise. The amount of times that I ended up waiting there for that fate to spawn whilst doing a Realm Reborn relic. Because it's one of those ones that if someone isn't there pretty much as soon as it starts, it will probably fail. Seems your victory was well earned. What of my brother? Was he able to fight without succumbing to his inner fury? Ah. So even with today's victory, he yet dreads the consequences were he to lose control. Still, it's only through the strength of his own will that he may dispel the fog of self-doubt. Fortunately, the beast tribes won't wait for Curious Gorge's epiphany. Storm Marshal Slavesurin has sent word that he requires a warrior's strength to aid in another Maelstrom defensive. As you already know, kobolds aren't the only nuisance we have to contend with. The Sahagin have taken advantage of the distraction caused by our focus on the kobolds to launch an offensive against the Tide Gates. With the bulk of Maelstrom forces tied up with the kobold threat, we can ill afford to send any men to defend the gate near Camp Skull Valley, leaving us wide open to the Sahagin threat. After, if the strength of a warrior were to see the people of Limsa safely through this storm, then mayhap the glory of our ancestors would be restored, and all across Eorzean would know of us as guardians as well, instead of brutes. However, it saddens me to say we cannot depend on my brother to be ready to shoulder such a weight. When the time comes, you must needs be ready to take on the task alone. In the meantime, tell me of your battle at Zelma's Run. Recall the ferocity with which you fought and lose yourself in the memories of your fight. Random interesting side bit of trivia when it comes to the renaming of the beast tribes. They're still the same name in Japanese, and it literally translates to Friendship Tribe. Aw, Friendship Tribe! As before, your inner beast is roused, and another technique of Eld is at your disposal. Your progress is encouraging. Continue on this path. Continue to challenge the limits of your mind and body. Victory in the battles to come is assured. Sweet, and let's say that goes there, you go there. Ooh, decimate. After, Sahagin forces have begun marching upon the Tide Gates. Time has come for the decisive battle, in which the fate of all the Mincens hangs in the balance. My brother still wrestles with his tenuous grasp on the inner beast, but this crisis will not wait for him. Successful defense of the Tide Gates depends on 2 warriors being present. I shall not stand idly by either. I will lend what meager aid I can with my healing magics. If your heart is steeled for battle, let us meet my brother outside. After, you're here at last. Is my brother ready to depart? My preparations are complete. I'm ready to lay down my life in Limzalamince's defense. As are we all. The most recent reports tell that the Sahagin plan to use their massive sea beasts to overrun the tide gates. Us four will be in charge of defending the southern tide gate. With 2 warriors by our side, we'll beat those slimy fishbacks into the muddy depths from whence they came. You're fighting too, but what are your wounds? You said 2 warriors. Aye, it's true the injuries from our fight with Titan remain. I reckon the Sahagin's courage won't last for long. As for the warriors, well, we got the 2 right here, don't we? Worry not, Wayscat. The Sahagin will rue the day they stood before our might. Synchronized... whatever the fuck that was. Alright then, let's head to Camp Skull Valley. Sahagin won't soon forget this battle. The fate of Limzalamince. I desire nothing more than to see everyone safely through this battle. If the beast within takes me within its clutches again. You know what to do. Gather your strength and drive the fear from me with a mighty slap. It's time to put the training to work. And pimp slap. Poof. That's the stuff after. I'll be feeling that in the morning. Come hell's high water, the tide gates will not fall. We'll show the Sahagin the iron will of the warrior. Let's report to Commander Falbrida at once. Airport. I am getting sleepy. And I can feel that. Because the brain fog is setting in. Like, I am 100% better from COVID. But I've noticed that when I get tired, I'll be getting a little bit of brain fog and headaches. Which may be a persisting effect of the COVID, which fucking sucks! This operation depends on the successful defense of both tide gates. You four see to the southern, while another unit attends to the northern. Though you're a few in number, it would be foolish to expect anything but greatness from such storied fighters. All in charge of defending the southern tide gate are here. Let's not waste any more time. Not so fast, Wayscat. You don't think I'd let you take all the glory, did you? Storm Marshal Ainsa, you plan to fight alongside us? There's naught I could say to stop him. Once he has a mind to do something, there's very little that can... My sense of duty will scarce allow you four to bear the weight of Limzalamince's fate on your own. My axe will be the first to greet the Sahagin wave. And what's more, I'd like to see the strength of these 2 warriors with mine own eyes. Something tells me this will be a fight to remember. Storm Marshal, it'll be an honor to fight by your side. Our axes will see the people of Limzalamince safely through this storm. Brave defenders, this day the Sahagin mean to descend upon us like a tidal wave. But you will stand strong. You will not allow the fishbacks a single ilm of land, nor will you give them any quarter. Our fate awaits us at Hearthstone. To the tide gate! Still need to farm the rest of the lanners.
Valiant protectors of Limsa, this day the Sahagin mean to make an end of us. They will come shrieking like a gale, and descend upon us with the force of a tidal wave. But will we falter? No! We will stand strong, unwavering, until the tide recedes, stained by the blood of their dead. I'm nutting!
One of these things is not like the others. What? Nothing. I said I'm nothing. That's what you heard.
That's what you heard.
I don't fucking know, man. You. Fuck off with that shit. That's an Arcanist that still has miasma and bio. They have a Carlabos.
The beast has been tamed. After, brother, friends, thank you. My axe remains steadfast. Friends, stand at my back. My inner beast shall protect you. Boogity boogity. Huh. The fishbacks have brought more pets to be crushed under the warrior's heels. After, brother, imbue your axes with your inner fury and show the world a warrior's true wrath. Go forward, undaunted warriors. Smash these invaders till naught remains but fodder for the gulls.
Okay. Sell the Adamantine and Makara. So why does Fell Cleave look like there's saw blades involved? Like, don't get me wrong, we could have a chainsaw weapon. But I don't. That's more machinist. I think the animation that I want is it Primal Rend? That's like the really flashy warrior attack. Is this not just healing? Yeah. Warrior of Light, Curious Gorge. The battle is won, and the Sahagins scurry back to their mouldy caverns. Yeah! Today's victory is owed to the might of our two warriors. Without you, we'd not be standing here. Curious Gorge, wear the title of warrior with pride. Couldn't have made it this far alone. It was only thanks to the bravery of my allies that I was able to dominate the beast within. The day will soon come when, with proper training and instruction, all the people of Eorzean can choose to walk the path of the warrior. Speaking of which, with the Sahagin threat dealt with, the Maelstrom can proceed with its plan to train its troops in the way of the warrior. Who better to train them than two siblings who brought their teachings to Eorzean in the first place? Curious Gorge, Broken Mountain, I invite you to instruct the Maelstrom recruits in the way of their ancestors. Forge our troops into mighty defenders worthy of their title. Many moons have passed since we came down from our mountain village. Finally, we can begin to realize our dream. This is an honor. My brother and I will gladly accept this appointment. Warrior always makes you think of Hulk mad, Hulk smash. Yeah. After, mayhap now you're the one who needs to start training harder. I dare say you're right, after some proper competition. We'll both fight where we're needed, unbound by fear or hesitation, and in doing so master the techniques of Eld. Look forward to the day we both reach the peak of our strengths, for then you'll face an opponent worthy of your axe. Me! I won't lie. That was kind of an underwhelming quest chain. But oh wait, not that one. It's that one that I needed. Whoopsie. Now I can look like a Viking. Which will be nice, I guess. Okay, where do I go for Paladin? Is it still... yeah, okay, it's still all up. For now. I haven't played Paladin in a while. Paladin doesn't have a gap closer, does it? Not until 74? Jesus Christ. But it does have one. I may need to move, like, all of my shit around when we get that. I'm trying to work out ways that I can get my hotbars to kind of match up between similar classes so that there's less of needing to relearn shit for different classes. Because I'm playing so many different ones. We live in troubled times, as you well know. That's why it's more important than ever that the Sultan Sworn stand ready to serve as the sword and shield of the Sultanate. For a time, I feared that our order was doomed. Then you helped us to restore our good name. Your shining example inspired many young men and women to seek us out. Even as we speak, they train to hone their skills. A few words of encouragement from the famed Free Paladin herself would do much to motivate them further, I should think. Perhaps you'd consider paying them a visit at Camp Blue Fog. It becomes hard to keep them all straight. You have the same problem. You've played them all, but you've never really mastered any of them. Yeah, I feel like I've gotten decent at Dark Knight. Which is weird. That's the one that I've gotten good at. So I would have thought it would be Warrior. Because early on I was fucking loving Warrior. But I've not been able to play it for ages because I was worried about not having my full toolkit. Whereas, like, I mean, I've got my Dark Knight up to 80, and I've already done the Anima Relic for it. But, like, yeah. I kind of like Dark Knight. I haven't done much above level 60 with it, though. So I'm not necessarily that good at its expanded rotation. Like, I feel like I know when to use Delirium, and, well, they've changed Delirium so that now it's this. It has overwritten. Was it Blood Spiller? No. Blood Weapon. I feel like I'm getting it. Dark Knight just seemed kind of squishy. I will say that, yeah, Dark Knight does seem to take more damage. But I think that the thing with that is that you do have, a little bit similar to Raw Intuition, you do have Abyssal Drain that you can use to get health back if you're doing a pull. But it doesn't have as much sustain as Warrior, definitely. I do like Living Dead, but I keep having issues where I must be using Living Dead too late. Because it's popping, it's going on cooldown, and then I'm still dying. Whereas what it's supposed to make you not be able to go down to less than 1 health. So I don't know what the fuck's been going on there. But I've had dungeon runs where maybe I've had a sage in a low-level dungeon, and I've done a big pull, and then I start to die, and I'm like, Living Dead. And it pops, and then a second later I'm dead, and Living Dead hasn't activated. You particularly noticed it when getting new Dark Knights in dungeons when playing healer. You've had some bad experiences. Dark Knights really test your healing abilities. Yes, I will say that is especially true up to probably level 60. Or at least once you start... Like, if you're doing a Heavensward dungeon and it's a Sprout Dark Knight, it might not be too bad. But if it's a Realm Reborn, especially Stone Vigil, and you've got a Dark Knight that is a Sprout, check their equipment. Because I have had multiple runs as a healer, like so many as a healer, where it's been a Dark Knight and they've been using the Disciple of War set, not the tank set. So they do good damage, but they're not as tanky as they should be. And they just kind of melt. You just, like, I've found that if you have a Sprout Dark Knight in a Realm Reborn dungeon, be prepared to hard cast cures. I mean, after all, you kind of have to in a Realm Reborn stuff, because you don't have most of the free cures come in with 50 to 60 anyway. But yeah, like a warrior, you can get away with just applying some regen or a shield, and then you can do some DPS. But Dark Knight, no, you have to baby them if it's level 50 or below. Stone Vigil playing as a white mage is pretty much just spamming Cure 2 anyway. Very true. Very true. Stone Vigil and Aurum Vale are some of the most annoying dungeons to run. Because even when you're fully geared for it, those dungeons feel like you should have the level 50 abilities. Especially Aurum. The fact that Aurum sinks you to 49 instead of 50 is just such a kick in the dick. Because it's basically, you need the level 50 tool set. You can't use it. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Owen. At the moment, Phyllis and I are conducting drills with the new recruits at the East Watchtower. I'll be thrilled to see you, I'm sure. It's an awkward level range, yeah. Aha! Since we all know you're a woman of few words, I thought we might forgo the speech and instead ask you to favour us with a display of swordsmanship. We've laid out bait for the basilisks already, in fact. You need only wait for them to come. We're gonna make basilisks come? Pinky. Turns out, I kinda need to murder some of them anyway. Well, I holy spirited it, and then it came. Truly a rousing performance. Thank you. It's one thing to talk about proper technique, but an altogether different thing to see it firsthand. think it's safe to say that the recruits will long remember this day, as will I. That's right. Yep, you just pop Requisite and spam Holy Spirit, and like 99% of the time, whatever you're looking at dies. Or be 22 levels above whatever it is you're fighting, and generally things will go well. The recruits are forever scarred by my rousing performance in making a basilisk come. Hey, if we found some orcs, you know I would be grinding out some orichalcum. So, it's just a shame that there isn't some basiliscum. Welcome! Just did. I gather the recruits took your lesson to heart. Would that I had some way to repay you, some knowledge or technique to bequeath to you. I'm humbled to admit that there's nothing I can teach you. All I can offer you is my heartfelt thanks. Pray, go forth, my friend, and continue to defend the people of Uldar and Eorzea at large. Begging your pardons. We need to talk, but not here. The dispatch yard outside the city. Where is the... That'll do. Who would have even saw this dialogue coming? Well, if you see it coming, make sure to close your eyes. Stop, Papa Shan. Do you need some basilisk cum? I've got a fresh batch. Thank you for coming after. You must be wondering why I called you here. Concerns Solksagil, Genlin's predecessor. As you may recall, he continues to search for Oathkeeper, the sword stolen from us by the monetarist's minions. From time to time, he sends me missives, sharing with me his latest discoveries. His most recent one contained a startling claim. He wrote that he had found the sword, at long last. But that was some time ago, and he has not contacted me since. I would not trouble Genlins with this news, not until I learn what has become of Solkazil. At the very least, will you help me find him? I knew I could count on you. But now, all I know is that his last missive came to me by way of Ishgard. Once I learn more, we can begin the search in earnest. Ah, just the woman I was hoping to see. I now know where from Solkazil sent his last missive to me. Falcon's Nest, a hamlet in the Kurthus Western Highlands. It is there I would have you begin your search. Reclaiming Oathkeeper would do much to restore the honour of the Sultan Sworn. But we must not get ahead of ourselves. First, we must find our missing man. Wait, that was Tailfeather. There was a pitched battle the other night out in the wastes. Involved a rather large man and a party of his fellow heretics. Did the scouts tell it? Naturally, we chose not to intervene. If they wish to kill each other, by all means. Rogadin Paladin? Well, I do recall a traveller who spent several days here at least. Solksugil? Never heard of him. Was he one of the new craftsmen working with 100 Eyes? Sorry. We see an awful lot of new faces round here. Most don't leave an impression, other than the heretics and bandits, that is. Heard you was asking after a Rogadin. In a fashion that might have given a man cause to worry. Aye, I know Solksugil. New, I should say. Older fellow. Spent some time chatting with the young blood. He came through like the rest of us before him, looking for the same thing we all do. Bandits ambushed him in the night out in the wastes. Buried him with my own 2 hands the next day out near Camp Riversmeet. Constant took it especially hard, close as he was to him. It would be fun to have a Air Force One gate that actually lets you like control flying around like this, and you have to shoot actual targets rather than just the on-the-rails shooter that we have at the minute. Yeah. Get fucked. That powers up Holy Circle, right? Yeah. The on-the-rail shooter at the Gold Saucer? Do you mean that isn't thrilling enough for you? Oh no, it's thrilling. Especially when I shoot at a target and then a bomb spawns between me and the target. I love it so much. But just it would be cool to have like a new gate that is something along those lines. Maloney's blessings be upon you, miss. Hey, that was a rather frightful experience. Were you a friend of Solksugil's too? Good, nice to say. My condolences. I knew there had to be others who would want to know. Says the work of Death's Embrace, I'd wager. Those fiends you slew just now were sent by them as well. My kinsmen think them but another band of sellswords or heretics. Only they knew what they were truly capable of. I can only hope that they'll heed my warnings this time. If you'd excuse me. After, this is Papashan. Have you found Solksugil? Gods almighty. Slain by Death's Embrace? That some of those bastards were still skulking about. Never thought they would try to... Wait. Could it be that they were the ones who held Oathkeeper? And that they killed Solksugil when he tried to take it back? Damn it all. We've still no answers. There is still the boy. Get after him and find out what he knows. I'm coming for you, boy. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's really, really hard. Come on. I don't need to make it harder on myself. A pleasure to see you again, miss. Was there something you wished to discuss? Ah, so you're that free paladin Soxio told me all about. It's an honor to meet you at last. Truly. That is, for the second time. My name is Constant. Truly honored, miss. Truly, truly honored. And that's right. I got my name because I con people out of their taints. Sorry if I'm a bit out of sorts, it's just... I've been thinking about him a lot. After the day we first met, when he saved me, how his sword gleamed as he danced among the wolves. I begged him to teach me the ways of the paladin, so I could save others like he had saved me. He must have turned me down 12 times before he finally relented. Possibly because he caught me asking around about Oathkeeper. But I suppose he didn't think I was strong enough to help him reclaim the sword. Why else would he sneak off to challenge Death's Embrace while I was away? Should have been there. I should have been there. Decided. I'm going to take it back. Oathkeeper, I mean. He said I wasn't ready to wield this soul. What choice do I have now that he's gone? You want to find it too, don't you? Then help me. Please. You will? Alone be praised. You won't regret this. Oh, if Sol Kazil could see us now. 2 paladins united in purpose. Well, suppose it's rather premature for me to claim the title, isn't it? 1 veteran paladin and 1 aspiring paladin, then. United in purpose. We shall recover Oathkeeper and bring Sol Kazil's murderers to justice. As soon as I uncover new information, that is. I have tidings. Hidden amongst Solskjaer's belongings was a journal, the final entry of which contains what appears to be a fanfic of Sonic pregnant. I don't know what it means. Oh, and there was also this map of the Gorgain holding. Marked a spot near the river, though didn't write why. Yet considering how devoted he was to recovering Oathkeeper, surely it has some relation? I say we sally forth and investigate. We may encounter wild beasts, or worse, of course. We're well equipped to face them. Well, that is to say, you are. I'm just a poor little twink now that my bear has died. May not be what they were going for, but they very much so got the bear and cub or twink dynamic down. Oh, I'm a female character. But he isn't. And I'm saying that Solxagil was the bear. Yeah. I'm not a twink. At least not on this character. That makes that sound so suspect. To be fair, I don't actually have many male characters left. I think I have a bunny boy that I made on Halicarnassus just to test some stuff. And I haven't deleted it yet. And then I've got my original character, which is a male Makote. You think I could have ended that sentence sooner? Impressive, eh? It took some doing. Oh, I managed to resize Solxagil's solarettes. They should afford me excellent protection against thigh-high threats? Thigh-high threats, huh? Anyway, let's see where this map leads. Somewhere over yonder, perhaps. A light catches your eye, and on closer inspection you find a gallant coronet buried beneath the snow. A trail of frozen blood leads west. Was it further to the... Oh! Find anything? I found this, and then there's a trail of blood, but I don't think that's anything to be concerned about. Solxagil's coronet! Then he did come! Here. There was a trail of blood as well, you said. Let's follow it and see where it leads. Look. If you're going at it so hard or so often that there's blood, either you need to make sure that you remember to use lube, or you should probably stop. Seems to lead towards the Dusk Vigil. A common hookup spot. You're right. This Paladin questline is turning out to be far more interesting than the Warrior one. Yep. No idea why. No idea. You know, we went from two brothers that, yeah, there was no way to build some kind of incest subplot in, but there's just too many points where this just leans in the right direction. I think it's taking us westward. This guy is definitely a twink, though, because he's a fucking idiot. Oh no, look at that. You walked directly into their trap. Whatever will we do? What does that do again? Oh yeah, that's... I've never really used the actual defensive stuff from the Oath Gauge. Of course, Death's Embrace! They must have made a camp here and Solxagil learned of it. Wait, was that movement just now? To the west! We can't let them escape! And that one puts a pretty snowflake above your head. It's kind of reminiscent of Holy. Which I suppose makes sense. How you doing, Twinkle Toes? Or is it just Twinkie Toes? This is how I am keeping myself energized and not getting sleepy as fuck, so... End of the road. Huh. They don't seem to be carrying Oathkeeper. Well, if nothing else, we can at least bring them to justice for their countless other crimes and ensure that they harm no more innocents. To arms after! For justice! For Solxagil! Don't ask why I'm wearing his helmet. I thought the coronet would help, but that speech still felt rather uninspired. He had such an impressive helmet. It was so big and shiny. Sorry. Probably kill this, huh? That is kind of how it felt when Constantine was talking about him earlier. Yeah. I'm starting to think that it was Solxagil that named him Constantine. Just because he was staring at his taint that much. I don't fucking know. All of his admiration was practically vomiting from his mouth. Yeah, it just kept coming out. It was everywhere. Well, he's dead. So at least we won't have to deal with the twink anymore. Sweet freedom. Oh shit, he's still alive. Did we win? I mean, by the Fury, we won! That villainous scum will prey on the weak no longer. Pity they didn't have Oathkeeper. Well, all in a day's work for a pair of paladins, eh? Back to Falcon's Nest for a well-earned rest. I need to crawl into bed with all of my plushies. The wheels of justice are slow to turn, as we know all too well. Even Sir Aymeric, who they say cares deeply for the welfare of every Ishgardian, even he is bound by bureaucracy. It all comes back to the war in the end. It's not heretics or dragons, well, you know how it is. And the Fallen's, well, if you head that far west without enough hired help, you've no one to blame but yourself for what happens. I remember that summer fondly. I should call him. So, when my mother's caravan was raided on the road to Tailfeather, I was resigned to never knowing who to blame. Until Solskjaer told me all about Death's Embrace, and I realized they were the ones responsible for that and many other attacks. They chose their targets with care, preying on those who wouldn't be missed, save by their equally powerless friends and family. Everyone deserves a champion. Even the least among us are worth saving. Don't know if the remaining members of Death's Embrace have Oathkeeper, but even if they don't, it's our duty as paladins to stop them. That's what Solskjaer would say if he were here, right? Curious tidings after. Not long ago I received word from an acquaintance of mine, Grimold, who claims to have in his possession a missive written by Solskjaer and addressed to me. He insisted that I come collect it from him in person in Tailfeather. And since we haven't any leads in our search for Oathkeeper, I see no reason to deny him. Let us be off then. It's clearly smut. It is clearly ye olde sext. And the reason why Constantine has to go and collect it in person is because nobody else wants to look at that Rogadin's ball sack. Yeah, because there's definitely some kind of a sketch. I mean, in lore now, do you reckon they hired a Pictomancer? I appreciate you coming all this way, Constantine. No, it must seem a little odd. Frankly, it's been strange from the start. Who sends a missive with provisions when we've got Moogles running about who can do it far faster? Not to mention the fact that bandits have been raiding caravans to Tailfeather for weeks. If it weren't for them moving on, this latest shipment would have likely never arrived. Any road. From what I can tell, it was languishing in someone's storeroom for a while. Better late than never, though, eh? It was your friend's wish that you come all this way. Read it for yourself and you'll see. I left you a gift near the 100 Throws. Take it and become the man you were destined to be. It's a fisting toy, clearly. Curious fellow, this Solskjaer. Any road, if I were you, I'd head north and find whatever it is before someone else does. My thanks, friend. I shall do just that. Let's head toward the Throws and see what we find. Yeah, because it's the 100 Throws of passion, and you need to become the man that you were always meant to be by going elbow deep on a fist. It puts a whole new light into I'll Make a Man Out of You from Mulan, doesn't it? That was the part that got cut from the montage. I'll make a man out of you. Should be around here somewhere. Just look for a fist poking out of the ground. Ah, there we are. Mysterious box. Ah, he was trying to keep it clean. Always need to make sure that you keep anything that's going internal as clean as possible. Is that a soul you found? It wasn't a fisting toy. It's a crystal butt plug. By the Fury it is, and look! A pair of gallant koozes. But why? So that you can put them on your fisting toy. Why do I feel like I'm being led by the nose? First the journal, now this missive. There's so much I want to ask, so much I should have asked when he was still alive. Like, how do you get past the third thing? Ooh. I shouldn't be allowed access to the internet sometimes. But you know, it's like Pringles. Once you pop, you just can't stop. You know, Pringles, heroin, same thing. It's too late, you already have the knowledge in your head. It's bold of you to assume there's any knowledge in my head. To be honest, I never really understood why you accepted me as your pupil. Is it because of that thing that I did with my mouth? What made you change your mind? What did you see in me? And why was it you? And what would you have me do now that you're gone? Okay, so he's a subservient. So, it is true then. Papashan could not conceal the truth from me forever. He told me of Salt Kazil's claims in your search. I could not believe it. I would not believe it, yet now... Our crystal butt plugs are resonating. He's been given the Fist of Light. Now he's given it to me. I know what you want. What sorcery is this? Hey. I wonder who that could be. Turns out that Constantine was just getting a bit too clingy. So Solxio just ghosted him. Blocked on Grindr and everything. He's watching you, boy. You and the soul you bear. Could he have been a minion of Death's Embrace, spying on Solxio's pupil? Perhaps they hoped Solxio's quest would end with his death, that none would attempt to reclaim Oathkeeper in his stead. They thought us broken when our brothers betrayed us, and they robbed us of the sword and delivered it into their keeping. We did not give in to despair, nor will we do so now. Oathkeeper will be ours again, I swear it. I must return to Uldar for now. The way our souls resonated was unlike anything I've ever seen before. And I would know what it portends. Pray, continue to look after the boy. The twink getting attached and then blocked and ghosted. A tale as old as time. What do you want from me? That cute little ass. Create a barrier around yourself and all party members. Equivalent to 10% of your maximum HP. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't know where to put that. Is the issue. Okay. And this is where we get clemency. I'm beginning to think I've been going about this the wrong way after. It's cradle the balls, work the shaft. Not work the balls, cradle the shaft. How could I get it so wrong? I've been trying to determine the whereabouts of Oathkeeper by retracing Solskjaer's steps. Honestly, how he came to pursue and die at the hands of Death's Embrace isn't nearly as important as the simple fact that he did. Death's Embrace has the sword. It's the only logical conclusion. So if we find them, we find Oathkeeper. And even if I am mistaken, we'd be doing the world a favour by bringing them to justice. I wouldn't presume to speak for Solskjaer, but I'd like to think that he'd agree. Don't you? Well, I suppose if we're going to find them, we'd best start asking around. There's one thing which still troubles me. I think I need to speak with 100 Eyes. I could have just teleported. I should have just teleported. Oh well. Oh, whoopsie. A moment of your time, if it please you. You, Constant? Sure. I still owe you from what you did the other night. It's about Solskjaer. He never told me, but how exactly did he die? You want me to paint you a bloody picture? He was murdered. I found him, and I buried him. That's all you need to know. It's just that the other day I could have sworn that I... Forgive me. I don't know what I was thinking. Don't let me keep you from your labours. Let's resume our hunt for Death's Embrace. They're not saying how he died. I reckon that he overpowered the Death's Embrace members, bent them over, pulled their pants down, went to town, and then he died from dehydration, looking like a shriveled raisin. That's my headcanon, and you cannot say otherwise. Death's Embrace. Those bandits who used to raid caravans bound for Tailfeather. No one's seen neither hide nor hair of them recently. Why'd you ask? Old Darns, eh? Maybe they ran back to warmer climes. Never understood Southrons myself. Queer folk, prone to inexplicable and irrational behaviour. Like those buffoons who attempted to seize the protector of all things. Apparently, they snuck aboard some of the airships ferrying supplies to Camp Cloudtop. Of course, the knights drove them off. Last I heard, they'd fled into the wild, screaming, "Thal's balls this and swiving Orsons that." You thinking what I'm thinking? Admittedly, we've no reason to believe these men are the ones we seek. We've been blessed with serendipity before. There's no harm in investigating, at least. I bet that's what you say to all the boys. There's no harm in investigating. Then you go in dry. I need to stop. I need to stop. It's not getting better. It's just getting worse. The Uldans who tried to seize the Protector. Aye, I remember them. Baffling, really. Signed their own death warrants with their own conceived attack. You can be sure that House Hallionart won't allow them to leave these Isles alive. Death's embrace, eh? It's possible they're the bandits you seek. They're welcome to help us hunt them down if you like. The boy too? Yeah. He can join my unit. Given your reputation, I think you're better suited to the van. I'll take him back. I'll take him to the back. I won't let you down. We gather at the Rose House. Come! Let us delay no further. I'll see you there. It's just too easy. Just like the twink, it's just too easy. Glad to have you with us, Mistress Bunn. Would that we could speak at length, but the Uldans are aware of our plans and have already fled to the east. Remember, these are desperate, dangerous men. Advance with caution and wait for reinforcements if necessary. With me! Well, you guys are doing a bang-up job, aren't you? Oh, I don't need to help them? Okay. They're just resting. Just resting. They'll be fine. Oh my god. Whatever will I do? They've got a gaze. Not the gaze. No wonder the twink couldn't win. Well thought, Mistress Bunn. Their leader was surely the toughest of the lot. Lady Laniette will be pleased to learn of our success. I shall inform her at once. What have you got there? Gallant gauntlets? Why would a member of Death's Embrace be carrying these? There's no way he could have possibly planned this. It's too elaborate. Impossible. What other explanation could there be? We should return to Falcon's Nest. Before we cornered the leader, we came across their camp. It was plain to see they'd fallen on hard times, hence why they resorted to common banditry to survive. But it isn't strange when you think about it. I mean, if they had Oathkeeper, why not simply sell it? Surely someone would have been willing to pay for it. I'm beginning to wonder if Solzagil succeeded in reclaiming the sword, or if Death's Embrace ever had it at all. By the Fury, to make of these pieces of armor. Just as I suspected, it fits perfectly. Whatever remnants of Death's Embrace there may be will stay in hiding for some time, I should think. But should they dare to reveal themselves, we'll finish what we started, as Solzagil intended. Sweet, so now we have Clemency, which finally gives some sustain. I guess I'll put that there. I don't fucking know. Terrible news after. 100 Eyes has been gravely wounded. There were wolves and he fought them off as best as he could. By the time the sentries came to his aid, I mean, it took them a while. It's cold out, so... I went to see him earlier, but he turned me away and bid me fetch you. For the life of me, I cannot imagine why. Maybe he doesn't want to see me after I spit last time? I'll do what I can to ease his suffering. Wolves! Why then wolves? Reckon I've earned it, so... time to settle one last account. Go to Solzagil's grave. Dig it up. Take what you find and give it to the boy. Won't make up for what I did to my sworn brothers, but... perhaps... it'll go a ways towards redressing the balance. Of course... what we've done to the boy ain't hardly defensible, no matter what he says. Time to loot some corpses. Just what any paladin would do. Several forms beneath the cold, hard earth. You find not a coffin, but a small chest containing a gallant surcoat. What have you done? But how can this be? Why would 100 Eyes lie to us? That bastard! We'll have answers from him, from them both. Come, we're going back to Falcon's Nest. I'm gonna give that man a piece of my... mind. Piece of my mind. Just the tip. Just the tip. Of my mind. We're too late. Genlis and I had grown worried. This come to this. I'm sorry. There's nothing more to be done. Gods damn it all! We must have words. Oh, sorry. We must have words, Constantine. I go to Lancegate. Look for me there. What was it all for? What was all of that mayonnaise I gargled for? Sometimes I disgust myself. Apparently, I am in a weird mood today. And Neff isn't here to hold me responsible to my own actions. My comrade wishes to explain himself. Hey. Why the lie, Solxagil? Was this all just some game to you? You can't do that to my feelings! You were my first. Rogadin. You were my first Rogadin paladin. From Uldar. You were the first one whose name I could pronounce. I had my reasons, as you'll soon learn. It's a rather odd way of apologizing, Solxagil. I suggest you try again. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Constantine. Faking your death? Constructing an elaborate scenario for me to find your armor? To be honest, I'm as astonished as I am offended. How could you have possibly orchestrated everything so perfectly? Doesn't matter how I did it. What matters is why I did it. Oathkeeper is but a sword, Constant. True oaths are not forged in steel. They are sworn in the heart. To merely reclaim the sword will not suffice. It must be won by a worthy paladin. Only then will it, and our order, be restored to its former glory. I don't understand. Why not simply teach me the ways as you said you would? A sultan may move a man. A master may instruct his pupil. But only when the pupil moves himself can he become a paladin. And you never went on top, you little shit. That said, it did not account for After's intervention. Master Papashan, as we discussed. Very well. Oh, it's coming. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord. Why does it look like he's about to just... Oh. It's too bright. It's too hot. It'll never fit. That's it. Both of my pupils going at it. The Paladin questline completely re-scripted like you've never heard before. The souls we Paladins wield are embodiments of our will. In keeping to our oaths, they grow stronger, more dominant. You can graduate from a twink to a switch. And then, maybe, one day, you can be a daddy. In the presence of a particularly pure soul, others may be compelled to yield. But when two souls cannot reconcile, when one cannot establish dominance, it can spell disaster. Two daddies don't work, and two twinks will never get anything done. These are the words of my master. Well, that seems awfully inconvenient. Oh, you have no idea. As the discordance between two souls grows, the ether builds, and the souls grow unstable. I once dated a Hellsguard man for about 3 months. You should have seen the mess we made. Aye, their souls looked as though they were fit to burst with ether. Wait, you don't mean to say that their souls will be destroyed, do you? By the Fury, how do we stop it? You fight. The souls demand it. You two cannot coexist as you are. One must rise above. One must accept the title of Daddy. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard! We are paladins, defenders of the weak and needy. What madness is this that we must face each other in battle? But if there is truly no other way, I shall not renounce my oaths. I will become the paladin I was destined to be. If that means we must fight, so be it. I'm gonna give it to you hard. It's not gonna be easy. This is just a cunning way to get Constantine to lose interest in Solskjaer. Yeah, no, this all just circles back that the twink got needy, and now they're trying to find a way to get rid of him. Come, sister! Come! He's still not learned, that you have to do the countdown first. There can only be one. Face me and come! Am I truly so weak? I couldn't even last a minute. No, Constantine. Nothing could be further from the truth. You fought with honor, purpose. Not be ashamed. Solskjaer. Impressive. Truly impressive. Intrigue and deception that would put Lord Lolorito to shame. Tell them the truth, Solskjaer. The whole truth. Figured it out, have you? Do you still have the soul I left for you at the 100th Rose? What? Yes, here. This soul once belonged to the first captain of the Sultan Sworn. The first paladin who wielded Oathkeeper. Once it shone with a resplendent light, as did Oathkeeper. But now, both have lost their luster. I have the sword, and everything I've done, that I've made you all do, has been for the sole purpose of making it shine once more. Of course, it's so simple. Wait, no it's not. It's needlessly complicated. What of your soul, the one you gave to After when first you met? And yet have it, Soul Sigil. Take it, and restore Oathkeeper's light with your own. Once a man has left the Sultan Sworn, he cannot return. My soul will no longer suffice. Besides, this butt plug is too small for me now. I'm 3 sizes larger. All I can do is show another way. And ask that she do the same for her brothers and sisters. She does not yet stand above all others. Not until she has bested me. Draw your sword, After. The time has come, and so shall we. Come, Paladin. Yes, fight and struggle. Hold nothing back. Good, good. But it'll not be enough. Have you the strength to overcome this? Not yet, After. We're not yet finished. A performance worthy of the Warrior of Light. Yes! Yes! Oh. At long last. Listen. Who can make it shine again? You are the daddy. Behold Oathkeeper, bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultan Sworn, stolen under my watch by the minions of the monetarists. For years I sought to reclaim it, to redeem myself for my failure. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. A paladin will never come first. 30 years I aspired to those ideals. 30 years I tried to live up to the example set by our founder, so revered that his very soul crystal would be set in Oathkeeper's pommel. For those legendary captains of Eld, the sword would shimmer with such brilliance that night would be as day. Yet for the 30 years I wore it, it shined for me but once. It was before it was taken from me. Before I forswore my oath so I could reclaim it. Through all your trials and tribulations, you have remained true to yourself and to Eorzean.
You continue to be an inspiration to us all. Come, take up Oathkeeper, raise it aloft, and let it shine forth as a beacon unto all. You were always my first choice after. Constant was incentive, motivation. Though in the end, he proved himself to be so much more than that tight little ass.
You're a right bastard, you know that? Doing all this just to make a bloody sword shine? Praise alone, and I found a proper mentor in after. Well, I may not be the chosen one, but I'm still a free paladin. That's the path I've chosen for myself, and on it, I'll stay. Well said. Would not do for you to be so easily discouraged. Genlins, I leave matters here in your capable hands. You've done it again, after. Oathkeeper may not shine for me as it did for you, but perhaps, in time, it will. Even should it not, I will not lose heart, for a paladin's virtue is not in the radiance of his blade, but in the righteousness of his actions. But what we decide to do every day, we will be good men, or not. Sortzagil, Oathkeeper has returned to the Sultan Sworn. Will you not return to us as well? As a friend and ally, perhaps, but not as a brother. Some bonds once broken cannot be mended. Thank you, after, for all you've done. How strange that we must turn to a free paladin rather than one of our own to show us the way. Yet I suppose it's not the first time, is it? So that's it then. You're leaving? Uldar beckons, and besides, I have nothing left to teach you. You know all my secret techniques, like working the balls and cradling the shaft. Then I wish you well on your journey, and pray that you find happiness there. I'm coming back, you know. There's an awful lot of work to be done in Falcon's Nest. I did make a promise to Hundred Eyes. Oh, then I shall see you when you return. It's a promise. Keep that arse tight for me. We should head back too. I'm still not quite sure what it was all for, but it seems to have ended well enough. I suppose you ought to get back to your grand adventures and meet my paladin, or whatever it is that you call it. Right. It's been a pleasure. Oh, but I warn you, the next time we cross blades, I mean to win. Fairly well. Sweet. Okay, well, that is Paladin and Warrior complete. And that gives us the Creed set, which I might use the headpiece from. I don't really like the chest piece. I feel like that wing on the breast is a bit weird. How does this color with the dual dye channels? Ooh. A dark paladin. Ooh. Okay. It may have potential. It may have potential. I could potentially do one more class. So we've done all the tanks. We've done all the healers. Let's do Black Mage. Although I may need to change the glam. Because I have a feeling that walking around as a Tonberry might be a little weird. I don't really have many other glams that kind of work for Black Mage though. This'll do. It's fine. At least I don't have to worry about getting cum on it, because we're all done with that now that we're done with Paladin. It's behind where Blue Mage is, right? Yeah. Fresh change of clothes, ready to go. Yep. Sometimes you just need, to go away, give it a little minute, take in some fluids, and then you're good to go again. After. Come at a good time. Made a remarkable discovery, which I should share with you. After Master Kukarika passed away, I went to his cell in the Masayoshi pit, a cell in which he spent 100 years locked away. I doubted my master. The guilt of it gnaws at my conscience. In order to atone, I decided to preserve the fruits of his research for future generations. Well, as I went about sorting through his personal effects, I found a most peculiar slip of parchment bearing a jumble of glyphs and sigils, which I instantly recognized to be a cipher. When I removed the cipher to reveal the hidden words, I could scarce believe my eyes. They described the whereabouts of 2 ancient tomes, the Books of Nalthal. The tomes are said to contain the secrets of forbidden spells, and their existence has been hidden from even the Thaumaturge's Guild. Master Kukuruka entrusted you with this legacy. You would want the tomes to be in your keeping. The first tome is said to be at Null's Reflection in southern Thanlan. Come, let us make haste and retrieve it. Well, my clothes are sticky now. That didn't last very long, did it? Do you reckon that it's just an all-darn thing to just come everywhere? I found the first tome after, the Book of Nald. It lay not a fulm from where the parchment said it would be. Gods, I can't stop trembling. My blood runs cold simply imagining the havoc that could be wreaked with the knowledge within. Such power must be safeguarded lest it fall into the wrong hands. Let us make haste and retrieve its twin, the Book of Thal. It should be at Thal's Respite. Or Respite. Which is the actual way to say that. I found myself looking if there's anywhere that I can try and shill my recruit a friend code so that I can try and get golden chocobo feathers, because I really want the Twintania mount and the Managarm, which is like the red Fenrir. But I don't think there's many. There is a Reddit, but it's just a bunch of people putting their codes up, and I don't know that anyone then redeems any of them. It's probably best if I just go onto my other character and try and shill it in Novice Network. After, the unthinkable has happened. The chest is empty. The Book of Thal is gone. Who could have taken it? Who else could have known? God, if the tome's secrets were to be used for evil, this is an absolute disaster. And my worries do not end there. Should the Thaumaturge's Guild somehow learn of the tome's existence, or stop at nothing to seal them away, that cannot be borne. Master Kukuruka spent his lifetime restoring the knowledge of black magic to the world. Cannot suffer any part of it to be lost. At any rate, there's nothing more to be done here. Let's return to the Sacrarium and reassess the situation. There's nothing left for me here. Okay. Whoever the fuck you are. Looking more like a conjurer than a black mage. I'm sorry you had to see me lose my composure earlier. As I made my way back, I pondered the situation. When I found the chest, it was covered in a century's worth of dust. Some of that dust had been knocked loose by prying hands. Nothing had settled in its place. From this, it can be inferred that the tome was taken recently. Now, the tome we were able to retrieve, the Book of Nald, is enciphered by an enchantment. I think it's safe to assume that its twin benefits from like protection. Such a protection will not be easily circumvented. It will take the thief time. Time enough, I hope, for us to track him down, retrieve the tome, and avert disaster. But enough talk. I shall make some discreet inquiries into the missing tome. Oh, if you don't mind, I'd like to hold on to the Book of Nald for examination. In the meantime, I suggest you continue your training in the dark arts. We may have need of your skills again ere long. Ah, this is how I get ley lines. After you've come at a most opportune time, there's a task I would have you perform. In my search for the Book of Thal, I have drawn upon all my resources in the trading spheres. The tome has not appeared on the black market, nor has it found its way into a private collection. This tells us that the thief has made no effort to sell it. If we consider then the fact that he was able to open a magically sealed chest, we may safely assume the suspect is a mage, and his interest in the tome is personal. However, this individual came to know the existence of black magic. It seems plain he seeks to unlock the tome's secrets. To what end, it is too early to say, but at the very least, we now have a lead. There are scarce few who share our knowledge of black magic. Your 3 Beastman friends who were present when Master Kukuruka rendered up his last breath. It may be that the thief's identity is known to one of them. Begin your inquiries at Burgundy Falls. Find out if Kazakh Cha has had any suspicious visitors of late. What else do we get as a black mage? The only thing I know about is ley lines. We also get Blizzard and Fire 4. Is that just an upgrade? Oh, we're also going to get Enochian. Okay, so no, they are their own spec. Great. More stuff to find room for. I said it because they kind of seem like, oh, can only be executed while under the effect of Umbral Ice. Oh, okay, so Thunderhead is granted from switching between Astral Fire or Umbral Ice now. So it's a guaranteed. Okay. I'm glad to see you again, my friend. What brings you here this day? That such tomes should exist.
But to answer your question, I've been visited by a suspicious man very recently. Though visited fails to capture the nature of our meeting. Not a bell ago, a robed man appeared before me. Join me, he said, and together we shall master the dark arts. A dubious offer which I naturally declined, but no sooner had the words left my mouth than he unleashed a barrage of spells at me. I could scarce believe it. I would swear that the spells he wielded were black magic. I warded off his attacks and countered with spells of my own, and he swiftly turned tail. All this happened but a short while ago. Cannot have gone far since then. If you mean to confront him, you would do well to exercise caution. Though he alone approached me, I felt the presence of others. What do you want? Wait. This aura. There's no mistake. You are a black mage, and you will lead me to him. Now speak, or I'll make you wish you had. But aren't you a black mage? Me? A black mage? How utterly ridiculous. Perhaps you're not one of them after all. I fear there may have been a misunderstanding. I am not the villain who attacked the Amalja, nor does it appear you're in league with him. I see you're disinclined to believe me. Well, the truth of my words is easily verified. Let us go to Burgundy Falls and see your friend together. I wish to have words with him at any rate. There's a misunderstanding that I wish to clear up. We meet for the first time, and that fact alone should suffice to settle that. Sorry, the heroin kicked in. And that fact alone should suffice to settle the matter. But for the sake of formality, pray, answer this question. Am I the man who attacked you? No. No, you are not. You bear scant resemblance to the villain. Now that matter is behind us, allow me to introduce myself. I am Eorzean Nelha of the Conjurers Guild in Gridania. The Seedseer Council has sent me to find a man who wields black magic, the forbidden art of destruction. His trail led me to this area, where I chanced to witness him attacking your Amalja friend. Alas, the villain beat a hasty retreat, and I lost sight of him in the confusion. You approached me shortly thereafter. You may not be connected to the man I seek, but you are a practitioner of the dark arts nonetheless. The aura is telltale, so don't even think to deny it. You must also answer to justice. The Books of Nalthal, Matron Preserve. I was not aware that such terrible tomes existed. This woman, Lele, she may well know something useful. I'll pay her a visit, and I expect you to be there as well. Lele is a woman. Whoops. I take it you intend to continue searching for the mystery black mage. Though I doubt that his skill is a match for yours, he has proven himself unpredictable and dangerous both. Be sure to keep your wits about you. I shall go to Daza and Dozul Melok and apprise them of the situation. For now, you would do well to return to Lele. It's difficult to know which gender Alala is. I mean, it's difficult to know what anyone's gender is, to be honest, but Lalas don't have secondary sex characteristics.
So it makes it even harder. Thank God you've returned. This man, whom I have never seen before, charged up here and started berating me for meddling with forbidden arts. He had the nerve to call me a fool! Thrice! Aye, and I'll say it again. You are a fool! But the worst fool of all was your master, Kukuruka. It's because of him that these miscreants are running rampant. Let me start again. I know about the Book of Thal, and I know the people who took it. They call themselves the Defiant, and their sole objective is to master the art of destruction. The man I've been tasked with finding is their leader. Waldiv is his name. He used to be a conjurer of Stillglade fame. The man harbored a deep hunger for power. The power over those he had sworn to protect. In order to satisfy these cravings, he began dabbling in the dark arts. Before long, however, his doings were made known to the guild, who summarily banished him. But as he left, he declared that one day he will show the world the true power of black magic. For years we heard naught of Waldiv. Some of us dared to hope that his words were but wind. Alas, he has returned, and this could only mean one thing. He's ready to make good on his promise. Gods preserve. Are you certain of this? That it is Waldiv who has taken the tome? I'm afraid so. It is no coincidence the tome went missing at the same juncture the man reappeared. Even now, he continues instructing his minions in black magic, and every day that passes sees the cult grow into a bigger threat. If we are to move against them, we must do so now. I had assumed that we were dealing with a lone mage, but if it is an entire cult as you say, I will need to reconsider my plans. While you went about your investigations, I succeeded in deciphering a new spell in the Book of Nald. It should prove useful in the battles to come. I shall teach it to you forthwith. What? You mean to fight destruction with more destruction? This can only end in tragedy, I tell you. Listen to me, Hera. Waldiv and his cult may be a menace to the realm, but After is nothing like them. Master Kukuruka himself entrusted her with his legacy. She will not misuse her power and cause carnage. On that, you have my word. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Were the situation not so dire, I'd bring you to justice without a moment's hesitation. Fortunately for you, though, a greater threat looms over us all, and we must cooperate if disaster is to be averted. Your connections have proven useful before, and they may do so again. If you learn aught through them, I'll thank you to send me word. But know that I'll not tolerate any interference in my investigation. God, what an irksome, ignorant, insufferable idiot! To think we must cooperate with him. Heed not the mutterings of that stuck-up lout. We shall prepare for the gathering storm in our own way. Now, where were we? Yes, the new spell. Ley Lines, it's called. It'll be a potent addition to your arsenal. While you go about mastering it, I'll make further inquiries on the situations at hand. If there are any developments, you will be the first to know. After, I've received a letter from the 269th Order Mendicant Dazar. Mughals' reach extends further than I had realized. But that Dazar would contact us suggests that something is very much amiss. A wait at Bronze Lake, it says, and no more than that. Though perhaps somewhat cryptic, the letter's brevity suggests a sense of urgency. Please, Hurry to Bronze Lake and investigate the situation. I shall inform Zai Nelha of this development, though I doubt the fool can render much assistance. I gave my word that we would cooperate. They said Camp Bronze Lake, right? Yaha. I wish there were more helmets that would work with Viera. I honestly kind of expected them to add more backdated ones now that they've added another Hrothgar race. Or another Hrothgar rig. But nope. After. Glad to see you. Pleased. Happy. Glad. Kazag Cha has told me what happened. This is grim news. Yes, yes, grim news indeed. The man Kazag Cha spoke of approached me too. Spoke of the Defiant. Said he wanted my knowledge, wisdom, insight, knowledge. I told him I needed time to think, consider, ponder, think. I told him to return later. When he returns, we shall ambush him. Yes, yes, a sound plan, I think. I told him to meet me northeast of Bronze Lake. I shall approach as normal, as bait. You lie in wait. Ambush. Hiding. Wait. Like, it would be nice to be able to wear all of the job equipment. And especially, like, I don't understand why the fierce tyrant armor, the headpiece doesn't accommodate Viera. That seems really weird. But it is what it is. Right, how do I play Black Mage again? I don't know, and they've changed it. I've done one dungeon. I did Snowcloak unsynced. But honestly, I could just mash buttons and get through that at this level. Are you the leader of the Defiant? My name is Waldev, and you are descended from First Order Patriarch Dagu, yes? Dagu was my ancestor, progenitor, forebear, ancestor. You know him? I've had opportunity to peruse a fascinating tome left by Kukuruka. In it, Dagu is mentioned as a confidant who assisted the master in his studies of the dark arts. It also states that Kukuruka intended to entrust the secrets of his research to those same confidants. I fully expect you to tell me all about these secrets. And you are mistaken. Wrong. Mistaken. Incorrect. Wrong. I shall reveal nothing to the likes of you. I'm a busy man, Dazar. If you refuse to cooperate, I simply don't have time for you. Wait! Where are you going? You might have made a powerful ally, but as an enemy, you cannot be suffered to live. Find out everything he knows, then kill him. Blew him up for you. I went bakoom. Thank you, after. This Defiant didn't stand a chance. No chance at all. But Waldev got away. Fled, escaped, got away. After, Lele relayed to me what happened. These men, were they Defiant mages? You fool! You've killed every last one of them! How do you intend for us to question them now? I knew this would happen. You black mages are quick to wield your destructive powers, but rarely do you consider the consequences. We must return to Lili. Do not think I'll forget about what you've done here. I mean, can't you just cast Raise? You're a pretty shit white... I mean, you're not even a white mage, you're just a conjurer. Were you not in full control of your powers? Did your magics run wild, amok, untamed, wild? Whatever the case, I do know that you saved me. Rescued, protect, saved. Thank you. I owe you my life. You should hurry to Uldar. Much as you protected me from the Defiant, I suspect Lili may benefit from protection from that Makote. Yes, yes, hurry to Uldar. After, Zahai Nelha has been standing there, silently fuming, for quite some time now. What's transpired? So it was indeed Waldiv that stole the Book of Thal, and he's been studying the magics inscribed within. Did truly not a single Defiant survive? Somehow doubt that you're fully responsible for... I care not for your doubts. I explicitly told you not to interfere in my investigation. If nothing else, this shows the bloody outcome of a battle between opposing black mages. Fighting destructive power with more destructive power, it's such thinking that led to the War of the Magi. I'm sure I needn't remind you of the outcome of that war. I strongly recommend you give some thought to just how terrible a force you toy with. War of the Magi. I suppose I cannot blame him for seeing the parallels. A war between forces commanding unimaginably destructive magical power. But black magic is not purely to blame. It was the violent confluence of black and white magic that ultimately led to disaster. It brought about the sixth umbral calamity. It's only natural that the risk of a reoccurrence of those terrible events would instill great fear. I know you'd never be so reckless to allow anything like that to happen. The problem lies not with black magic, but with the Defiant. I'm disinclined to pay heed to Zah's and Nelha's words when they run counter to those of Dazar, who witnessed the battle firsthand. I find it hard to believe that you would lose control of your powers. There must be some other explanation for the deaths of those mages. It also seems that Waldiv is gathering something of a following. To better oppose this growing menace, I shall teach you a new spell I recently deciphered from the Book of Nald. Remember, black magic is not a thing to be feared. As a true black mage, you have the power to control it. I believe in you. I thought that she said she was going to teach me a spell. And then she didn't. I've received another letter. Danger. Please help. Me hide in Alder Springs. Tell after. That's all it says. The handwriting is barely legible. It doubtless goes without saying, but Dozor Melok is in need of your help. I shall have to tell Zah Nelha about this. Do not dwell on his previous outburst. I know you have full control of your powers. Use this opportunity to show that man the true cunning and finesse a black mage can bring to the fight. Enough talk. Hurry to Alder Springs and save Dozor Melok. Wrong way. Hello. How's it going? After. Saved Dozal's life, you have. Kazakh chat tried to warn Dozal. Dozal panicked, tried to flee, but get caught Dozal did. Somehow knew that Dozal was exiled from tribe, these mages did. So into the forest they chased Dozal. Finally they surround Dozal. Offered friendship at first, but rejected Dozal did. They said if Dozal is not friend, then Dozal enemy. But save Dozal you do. Many thank. Gods, I was too late again? You've already cut your swath of reckless destruction. What did you plan to achieve? How many more lives must you end before you realize how fruitless this is? Wait. These wounds, they're unlike anything I've ever seen. Looks like they were incinerated from the inside. After. Was this perhaps not your doing after all? What does this man speak? Pursued Dozal for a long time, these men did. Tried to kill Dozal. Explain. Who are they? What they want? Dozal understands now. Read the Book of Thal they did. Learned of mother of mother of mother of Dozal. Learned of her secrets. Dozal's secrets. Made clear their pursuit is. But these wounds... Perhaps Dozal has explanation. These men did not have the gem of Shatoto. Dozal thinks that is why they died. Gem of Shatoto? Whatever are you talking about? Gem is proof. After is true black mage. Gem brims with magical power. Without Gem of Shatoto, impossible to control. Most powerful black magic is. Lost control these mages did. Aether within their own bodies ignited. Burned alive from inside. Painful way to die it is. So these defiant mages fell victim to their own arrogance, using dark magics that far outstripped their ability to control them. So after isn't at fault. The answers you seek, Dozal hopes you find. But Dozal cannot stay here. Dozal must leave. Thank you. Dozal owes you debt of life. One day, Dozal will repay. So these men were slain not by your hand, but by their own use of powers they couldn't control. But please understand that the fact that you can control your powers does nothing to resolve the issue at hand. You should return to Lila and explain to her what happened here. Please, accept my apologies for my earlier accusations. What level is this? 36, right? Oh, 56. Sorry. Saying 36 like it was a fucking a Realm Reborn job quest. After, was Dozal Melloc unharmed? See. Well, if nothing else, it seems that Zai Nelha no longer doubts your innocence. But the Defiant were immolated from within? Dozor Melek's conjecture is accurate. The cult situation becomes quite clear. But I hardly need to explain that to you, do I? But if you were to explain it to me, I suppose for one to whom these powers come as second nature, some things are not so easily noticed. The Defiant's number cannot continue to grow indefinitely. They will have difficulty swelling their ranks when they cannot use their powers without the risk of a horrifying death by immolation. Thus, they strive for control over the dark arts, while showing themselves only to our beast friends in the hope that they might reveal the secrets to controlling these magics. Fortunately, we've prevented them from learning anything. With these avenues now lost to them, Waldev must realise he's running out of options. Though we may lack leads from which to track down the Defiant, their position becomes weaker the longer they wait. They'll soon be forced to take action. There's no need to rush, we need simply wait the enemy out. And now we have Enochian, which I don't actually know what it does. Increases damage dealt while under the effect of Astral Fire or Umbral Ice. Oh, okay. After, I just received word from Zai Nelha, who wants to speak with us. Apparently, he's secured lodgings at the Hourglass and is awaiting us at the Quicksand. We should head there now. I wonder what he could want. Clearly, it's a threesome, the deviant little fucker. Makote only want one thing, and it's fucking. I feel like my frame rate is taking a hit in some of these areas. Dare I ask how you know? Because my first character was a male Makote. Thank you for coming so quickly after. See, I have something to ask of you. Some time ago, the Conjurers Guild contacted the various cities of the realm, entreating assistance in the search for and capture of Waldev. It seems that this has finally paid off. They just received a missive from the Temple Knights of Ishgard. The Defiant has been sighted at the Holy See. The cult has been trying to garner popular support there. They've been offering what they claim is power to defeat the Dravanians to anyone who'll listen. Now that Ishgard has opened its borders, it's no longer difficult to travel to the Holy See. However, I still know next to nothing about their lands. Please, would you lend me your assistance in tracking down this evil cult and bringing them to justice? Zahai, you have made no effort to conceal your disapproval of we black mages and our ways. Are we to understand that you've now come to accept us? That I have. The Temple Knights who provided us this intelligence are stationed at the Ark of the Worthy within the city of Ishgard. They'll be waiting for us there. Much though I would like to believe he's had a change of heart, men are not wont to change so easily. One does not live one's whole life hating black magic only to change one's mind over the exoneration of a single mage. I know not what this man is plotting, but I suggest you keep a close eye on him. He just said that because he knows he can't last long. You must be the investigators from Gridania. It's about time. Someone needs to do something about that blasphemous cult. They were ranting on and on to anyone who'd listen, offering the power to defeat the Dravanians. We Ishgardians have our own way of fighting. We told them as much quite plainly, but it made no difference. They continued their proselytizing. Obviously, such blasphemy could not be allowed to stand. We Temple Knights made our move, but they managed to get away. Hardly mattered to us at the time. They were no longer spreading their lies here. They recently reappeared, this time at the Convictory in the Western Highlands. Most convictors would do anything to earn honor and glory through the slaying of a powerful dragon. They're young and full of spirit, and naive. I fear some among them may be deceived, seduced by promises of easy power. Gullible fools. Well, our destination is clear. To the Convictory. Right, well, this is going to take a minute because it's Curthis Western. At least we get a great view. I mean, just look at that view. Couldn't have asked for a better day. There's no obvious sign of the Defiant here. We should split up and question the soldiers. I think I know who you're talking about. Told him I wasn't interested. Ancient spells are no match for a good spear at your side. You're going on about the Defiant too? Well, they spent a while shouting about how they share ultimate power with any who join them. Then they left. Apparently they've set up camp over near the Swift Run River. That's the story with that lot anyway. Some Makoti chap was asking the same thing a few minutes ago. I told him what I told you and he ran off right in a hurry. Those crazy mages? I spent years studying the art of dragon slaying. Don't need some magical help from weird outsiders. Made sure to tell him as much.
Hi there. What the fuck happened to you, you little bitch?
Well. In perfect unison. These aren't thaumaturges or black mages, they're cheerleaders! So one of the things is that now that they've changed Thunder, so that you can no longer instantly apply the entire damage over time. Thunder is less good. Wait, that's just another Blizzard 2. What happened to my Blizzard 3? Did it get changed? Fuck knows. Yeah, I miss when you could apply the damage as well as getting damage over time. I know what you must be thinking. I entreated your help only to run off on my own. You know what happens when you get involved. You saw it happen just now. They've no choice but to fight back with all their strength. And when they do so, they lose control of their power. And they burn. Nobody deserves to die like that. So I went to confront them alone. I'm a fool. My healing magic is no match for the destructive power they wield. We can work together. I beat the shit out of them. You heal them. You're right. What did I expect to achieve challenging them without any help at all? Had we fought together, things would have turned out differently. You taking down the mages in a flash of black magic. Me nullifying their every attack with my healing spells. I truly was a fool to assume all black magic was evil. I should have seen that such power can be harnessed safely, just as it is by you. I apologize. We've lost our only lead. This time, it's clearly my fault. Please, pass on my apologies to Lele. My actions were unbefitting of a representative of the Seedseer Council. I shall take my leave. I need to reflect on my actions. Why the fuck am I going to Gridania? Hello. You're back from Ishgard already? Where's Zionella? I see. If nothing else, you've stopped more poor souls from joining that accursed cult. can only hope that Zaya Nelha can see it that way. The fact that Defiant would travel so far as Ishgard in an attempt to recruit new members speaks volumes to how desperate they grow. Ah, after, I almost forgot. I was able to decipher the final remaining spell from the Book of Nald. Though you might not welcome any ice magic after the frigid wind of Kurthus, I'm certain you'll find this a frightfully powerful addition to your repertoire. I doubt the Defiant can hold out much longer. They'll be forced to use everything they have in the next fight. They cannot risk being drawn into a protracted war of attrition. Should we defeat them, we can finally recover the Book of Thal and uncover the magics within. Cool. Forget what umbral hearts are used for. Your timing's impeccable. Just moments ago, Zaya Nelha approached me. He ran up to me, all fuss and flurry, and told me he had found the Defiant's base of operations. He then departed before I could respond. It seems he's headed to that base himself. Though the Defiant's forces may well be weakened, it's utterly reckless to approach them alone. It's as though he's learnt naught from the incident at Ishgard. We should waste no time in travelling to the Defiant's den. Before he left, he mentioned that it was at the Burning Wall. I shall meet you there. Yeah, I still don't know what Umbral Hearts do. Zaya Nelha is nowhere to be seen, but he may have already fallen victim to the Defiant's destructive magics. We've no choice but to press on. If Zaya Nelha's intelligence was accurate, then Waldiv must be further down this road. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Oh, Umbral Hearts negate the MP increase whilst you're in Astral Fire. I didn't mean to use ley lines. Whoops. Okay. I understand the benefit of Umbral Hearts. It means that you can get in more fire abilities for more damage before you have to go back into your ice rotation. Well, Dave, give yourself up. Your followers lay defeated. You've nowhere left to run.
There's no need for me to run. The summoning ritual is complete. All shall congregate in worship of my might. I may not be powerful enough to rule this world alone, but with this void scent under my control, followers will flock from across the realm to kneel before me. That void gate, it's colossal. Whatever could he mean to summon? Well, Dave, stop! Whatever comes through that portal, you'll never be able to control it. Barghest, I summon thee. Present thyself and be bound to my will. Perhaps it's now you who should run. Do you really think the two of you can defeat me alone? They're not alone! Your evil plans end here, Waldev. Oh, hey, guys. Zaya, where were you? Fool of a mage. You are lost to reason and shall be shown no mercy. Prepare yourself. Here we are. At that end, your schemes are. We are here to help, aid, assist, help. After, Lili. Forgive my late arrival. Hope I'm not too late to make a difference. No. You are inconsequential. Barghest, don't just stand there. Destroy them. No. No, not me. Them. No! You just got bitch slapped. Sorry end. Defeated by the very creature he summoned. It ought come as no surprise. He was playing with forces far beyond his reckoning. We can discuss it later. First, let's deal with this void scent, who's being very kind in letting us have this conversation. I'm probably doing a really shit job.
Oh shit, I've been paralyzed. That's exactly how you feel every time you play blue, every time you play black mage. Yeah. I'm doing something. I can be pretty confident in saying that. Is it the right things? Hard to say. I'm doing some damage, yes. It is certainly true that it can be said I am doing some damage. Who the fuck just LB'd? How come you get an LB and I fucking don't, huh? Huh, bitch? Huh? You answer me that. Huh? Huh? Wait, that's how they've changed it. Oh. It's taken me until now to realize that it's not that you get MP regen. It's that you have to cast an ice spell in order to recover MP. So it's no longer you cast ice spell, it gives you increased MP regen. You could not have arrived at a better time. We thought you were lost to us. Did you think I had rushed in alone? What manner of a fool do you take me for? Do you think I would repeat so grave an error? Bitch slap him with some stone. Go on, do it. Get bitch slapped with healing. For a moment there, I thought he might strike him. But why? You are responsible for a great many deaths. I've been tasked with bringing you to justice. I need you alive so that you may atone for your sins. After. Lele, I owe you my thanks. First, I must see to Waldiv's incarceration. But once that's done, I shall return to Milvaneth's aquarium and thank you properly. Nope. We too should return to Milvaneth's aquarium. I'd hate to miss something as rare as a thank you from Zaha Nelha. But first, we should speak with our Beastman companions. This is a valuable opportunity to rekindle our relations with them. It'd be a folly to waste it. So yeah, since I thought that the only change they'd made was to Thunder, but since they've changed how you actually regenerate MP, I need to spend a little bit more time with Black Mage to relearn it. To all fight together again! It was a hard battle, but fun, enjoyable, satisfying, fun, until we meet again. Off I fuck. Fuck. Sexualize. Coitus. Fuck. It is well the man was brought to justice. I harbour no regrets. My friend, though we may be of different lands, the bond we share cannot be broken. I hope we can all meet again. All killed. Evil black mages are. Done here, Dozel is. Dozel's debt now repaid. And there's more. Yeah, I know that there was a recent announcement that they're making some additional tweaks. I did see that. I saw that there was something about how there's no way to regenerate MP in some situations or something, whilst maintaining a rotation. I did read it. I didn't understand the context yet. Black Mage is probably going to be, after we get Bard up to 80, Black Mage is probably going to be the next thing that I do in PvP, because I know that it's supposed to be quite good. Once I'm done with that, it will then probably be Dragoon. And I'm just going to try and work my way through the DPSs in PvP. They were all for jobs you haven't played a significant amount yet since the release of Dawntrail. Yeah, like until I think it was last night, I hadn't played any Black Mage yet. To be honest, I haven't played any Dragoon or Monk yet either. I've only really played Ninja doing Anima Light Grind and PvP. I've played quite a bit of Dark Knight. I've played a little bit of Gunbreaker. Today is the first time that I've played Warrior and Paladin in a while. Played a little bit of Red Mage. Has that been since? Must have been since Dawntrail came out. I've not played any Samurai, though, since Dawntrail came out, I think. There's quite a few things that I've not played. I've not played White Mage since Dawntrail came out. As a White Mage main. Although I think I may be eking more towards Scholar now, given that Scholar is my highest level. But I think that's just because I like the fact that you also level a DPS at the same time. So it gives you a bit more versatility. No, I'm pretty sure there weren't any significant changes to White Mage, if any. Yeah. The main change to tanks was just that... Oh, that was something that I saw they were going to change, is they were looking at making more actions high enmity generating, because now that the gap closer doesn't have a attack linked to it, tanks were finding that DPS classes were stealing aggro before they could establish it. Or something. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Waldiv has been placed under arrest and is awaiting sentencing by the Pajals. Thank you for all your help. The Book of Thal was amongst his belongings. Lilai, I entrust it to your care. Are you sure? You made your views on black magic very clear. Our recent battles have shown me that black magic itself is not evil. It need only be used in the right way, in pursuit of the right goals. You have shown yourself to be noble magi with pure intentions. I trust you to use the knowledge within this book wisely. That being said, I am a conjurer. Were I to witness black magic used with ill intent, I would not hesitate to take action, even if it were you, Lele. I would hunt you down without mercy. Come on now, Zai. Can't we have any fun? You do well not to forget that my order still considers your black magic forbidden. But if there were more Magi like you, I hope this might become the first step towards a world in which both healing and destructive magics can meet on the battlefield. Not as enemies, but as allies. And there we go. 3 lots of job quests in one day. Not too shabby. Okay, and then this is going to be the armor set that Waldiv had on. Is that camo? Is that camo print? Ooh. I actually might not hate those trousers. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And I like the little, like, talon-y finger guards. Yeah, there's some glam opportunities there. Right, let's head back to Limsa. I need to do some shit with my retainers and put all of this crap into my glamour chest, glamour dresser. But then that's probably going to be it for today. But that's pretty good, because all that we've got left is Bard, Monk, Dragoon, and Ninja. So, potentially, we could get all of the Heavensward job quests finished off the next Final Fantasy XIV stream that we do. Potentially. Right? I'm not missing any. Nope. Just Bard, Monk, Dragoon, and Ninja. Because we've already done all of the Heavensward classes. However, once we're done with all of that, I then have to do Samurai up to 60 and Red Mage up to 60 as well. So there is still more job questing that needs to be done. So what it'll probably be then is 2 streams. Because if we do 3 next stream, we could then do another 3 the following stream. So, what kind of... I'm just thinking, I need a better black mage. Glam. I mean, we could do stupid sexy. That actually doesn't look terrible. So the second die slot only affects that little trim. Okay. I'm not quite high enough to be able to use that. But I don't like that. Like, what the fuck is going on with the shoulders? Why have you got satchel bags on your shoulder? That just looks stupid as fuck. Stupid as fuck, boy. Do with that. Which I kind of need to get the rest of the set for. I feel like that as soon as you like hide the leg, the fact that it's just camo, like the absolute territory of camo looks so bizarre. Oh, I actually had the bottoms for casting. Oh. Well then. Okay. Yeah, Mecha Tonbury. That's what we'll go with. Beautiful. Beautiful. Before I forget. Are any of my other ones broken? That one's apparently broken for some reason. Don't know why. None of the others are. Okay. Awesome. I'll go and sell those to the Grand Company. So yeah, that'll be where we call it for today. Current plan in my head is to finish Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC for Elden Ring. Once that's finished, I might pick up a few extra Final Fantasy XIV streams to try and get us through Stormblood. There might also be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth come back in for some of the midweek streams, because I am up to chapter 10, I think it is, on hard mode, so I've got quite a few of the folios. So he should be good to take on some of the end game hard challenges soonish. The main thing is that there's been so much grinding and farming and leveling and shit that I've been doing on Final Fantasy XIV that Rebirth has just been on the back shelf and I've not even touched it for ages. So I have played some of it, and I've during the downtime before Dawn Trail released, and got up to 10. So I've got that to look forward to, the last few chapters. Once we are in post Stormblood, especially once we have unlocked Eureka, there will be some streams dedicated to Eureka. Because there is story in Eureka. But that'll give me something else to grind, and I quite like Eureka content, so I don't mind that. And then that'll probably be where we take another slow period whilst we catch up on job quests again. There is a trend here, isn't there, that I will leave job quests until after I've finished an expansion, which isn't really the way you're supposed to do job quests. But yeah. And of course, there'll be even more job quests by the time that we reach the end of Stormblood, because we'll also need to start looking at the Shadowbringers classes and getting those up to 70. I don't know what Dancer is like in PvP, but I should level that. I should play that. I've not played it. I know it's good at floors 1 to 10. It's one of the fastest classes for floors 1 to 10 of Palace of the Dead. But I've not really played Dancer much. I also need to level my Blue Mage. And we should progress the Blue Mage questline. But yeah. Anyway. I am rambling. On the bright side, it's the last expansion for job quests, at least in the traditional sense. Yes, after Stormblood, unless it is a new... I don't know if it's just the jobs that got added in Shadowbringers, or if it is just the, like, newer classes. But yeah, you stop having job classes and you instead have you stop having job quests and you start having role quests, so that I'll only have to do one set of quests for healers, one set of quests for melee DPS, one set for magical, one set for blah 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 blah. So yeah, I look forward to that, because there'll be less of all of this going on. And so we can focus more on the story that is being told from the newer classes. Yeah. Right, well, thank you for watching, and I will catch you in the next one. We should be going... Tomorrow should be a good long stream, because Neff is going to visit some friends, so there will be plenty of Elden Ring. There is even a chance that I might finish the DLC tomorrow, though I doubt it, given the speed I'm going through it. But there's probably going to be like a good 8 to 10 hours of Elden Ring tomorrow. So yeah, have a good one. Later.